All right, I do want to watch it though. All right.
Confused and uncertain. Those in power tell stories to help us make sense of the complexity of reality. But those stories are increasingly unconvincing and hollow.
I did get the timestamps, yes.
This is a film about why those stories have stopped making sense, and how that led us in the West to become a dangerous and destructive force in the world. It is told through the prism of a country at the center of the world, Afghanistan.
Who are you?
That blood in that shot is not real, I don't think. I'll be safe though. Yeah, that's not real. But I won't show it to you. I think it's from a movie. Yeah, see, this part is like also from a different movie. Chad, this is Adam Curtis's documentary Bitter Lake, and how do I describe it? Like, Adam Curtis is a incredible Adam Curtis is an incredible English filmmaker who has a really unique way of telling stories. Hypernormalization is like one of his most famous works, and also one of his most recent works. Century of Self, The Power of Nightmares. This one specifically, Bitter Lake specifically, takes a look at U.S. involvement, USSR involvement in Afghanistan. It talks about the incredibly simplified, incredibly oversimplified story that Western media has manufactured about militant Islamism and all of that stuff, and then focuses instead on the material conditions and the reasons for why Western superpowers decided to fund, Wahhabist extremism and things like that. It's really, really fucking good. And most leftists know this already. I mean, I'm sure like a lot of leftists have probably watched this already, but and the young streamer had to explain in full detail what precisely an Adam Curtis documentary was all about. But the chatters stared on with eyes as blank as a canvas. For them, this entire thing was all a fantasy. Exactly. So just strap in. It's very good. And then something strange happened.
In 1946, American engineers, along with their wives and families, began to arrive at a dusty airstrip in Helmand in southern Afghanistan. They worked for the biggest construction company in the world, called Morris & Knudsen. And the King of Afghanistan had brought them there to build a giant planned new world. A complex of dams, canals, roads, and even a new model city. The king's aim was to harness the power of the giant Helmand River and turn his country into a modern society, just like in the West.
The Asiatic Kingdom of Afghanistan is located roughly 10,000 miles from either coastline of the United States, almost directly on the opposite side of the globe, westward from China, beyond the Himalayas. It is a landlocked country, bordered on the north by the Soviet Union, and on the east by Pakistan, and on the west by Iran.
Wait, before we continue with this, no, I'm not going to skip the intro. This is good stuff. This is really important stuff. Before I skip the intro, actually, I got to fucking run an ad because it is top of the hour. But if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, you already know the deal. You already know what to do. Sorry, I have to fucking do that. You can subscribe either for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? If you have a Twitch Prime, it's free. You can use it here. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN. But Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime. Here's the ad break now.
The king was called Zahir Shah, and he often came to visit the project. Afghanistan was a deeply conservative country, and he was determined to modernize it. What the king was trying to create in Helmand was a copy of what President Roosevelt had done in America in the 1930s. And the company he had hired, Morris & Knudsen, had worked back then for Roosevelt, building a new world of dams and power stations across America. Now they were going to do the same for Afghanistan. The engineers and their families lived in a complex of houses around the king's country palace in Helmand. It became known as Little America.
Wait, is there... I think there's blood here. Oh, not yet.
You got everything in it? And quite a lot of stuff lying around. There is a dead insurgent lying here. A man in his early 20s.
Literally just a fucking insurgent shot in the head. There's a dead person shot in the head on the corner of a fucking construction. Okay? And it goes on for 30 seconds. With American military members going around with K9 units around the dead body, and they're like sniffing for bomb materials and stuff like that.
Okay, I'll follow you in. Off you go. Carl? Yeah. Okay.
That was a TV show, chat.
How are you?
They're showing how embedded into the real lives of Afghan populations. Like, it's a satirical TV show that literally features like heavy instances of fucking violence. Like the Afghan version of The Office literally has like insurgents running in with fucking M4s and shit. That's what it's supposed to show.
You're very good. How are your families?
Version of Veep, not The Office. Okay, shut up. Like, you know what I mean. Into the Thick of It is Veep's original Armand Iannucci classic. It's really good. You should watch that show if you haven't. I'm a big fan.
What will it take to stop the fighting?
جنگ موږ په هغه وخت کې د دوی سره خلاصولای شو چې د امریکا ځواکونه د افغانستان څخه ووځي.
How long have you been with the Taliban, if you don't mind me asking?
This is showing the mass dehumanization of Afghan civilians by an intrusive force, an occupying force coming in from a fucking foreign land and subjecting all of these villagers that are otherwise like herding goats and shit to like biometric scans, retinal scans. I feel like I'm gonna have to, and it's incredibly humiliating, it's dehumanizing. I feel like, you know, I'm gonna have to fucking basically show you guys or explain to you guys every fucking still better than the Taliban though for that guy? Fuck no, you're literally delusional if you think that. That's incredibly wrong. That's the reason why I'm showing you this right now. To that guy, fuck no, dude. To that guy, he is literally he probably is like, he has fucking family members that are in the Taliban that is like, why the fuck are these like random dudes and all this gear coming in and like doing biometric scans for me? Is it to check their health? No, dude. It's so that if they're on a fucking hit list, when the JSOC operatives come in and fucking destroy their brain matter, they can collect that data and match it and cross-reference it. Check their health, he said. They want to fucking document who they are and cross-reference it across, like, you know, known assailants of the Taliban.
Chris, what's going on?
Here, this is good.
Wow. Let's go. Wow. You're creepy up close.
Look pretty creepy far away, too.
Yeah, that's true. Well, what's going on? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good right now. It's been a pretty exciting day.
Yeah, getting kills out here.
We did get some cases.
Today, just for documentation, today was the day we went against order, and we shot anyway. And we killed like a whole bunch of people.
24 unapproved rounds.
24 unapproved high explosive mortar rounds. That's about 40,000 pounds of death right there.
Yep. Yep. Fuck it.
Looks like a raven here almost.
Yeah, all I gotta say, actually, you know what? I do have something to say.
Let's hear it.
I love the fucking Marine Corps. I know many of you. I know many.
We got you on camera saying it.
I know many of you don't, but what we did today.
Hey, we need born killers like you.
We're all born killers.
Yeah, in the background as Rage Against the Machine plays. That is to show the dichotomy there. No, that drone footage is fine, Chad. Chill out. It's when it's fucking graphic images of. It's when you show graphic images of fucking blood and gore. Like, what do you mean it's fine, you fucking weirdo? To show
President Roosevelt
on
traveled to the
Twitch.
Great Bitter Lake in the middle of the Suez Canal. At the same time, he sent another American warship to pick up the King of Saudi Arabia, King Abdulaziz.
These aren't war crimes. They're people. These people are the Taliban. So the U.S. did a good job. And I hope the U.S. does a good job on you too. Then one day, maybe then you'll learn.
The meeting of king and president was to have powerful and disastrous consequences, both for the West and, in a strange way, for Afghanistan. Roosevelt was dying, but over the last 13 years, he had used his power on an epic scale to transform the world. After the Wall Street crash and the terrible depression that followed, Roosevelt had taken charge. He had passed laws that broke up the banks, so they would never run out of control again. And he had rebuilt America with a series of giant dams that brought electrical power and employment to millions of people. And he had planned and fought a world war against Germany and Japan. Now, as Roosevelt sat waiting for Abdulaziz, no one could possibly have imagined the consequences of this meeting. For it was going to unleash forces that in the future would undermine everything that Roosevelt had worked for. His belief that politicians should use their power in a planned way to reshape the world. But Roosevelt knew that to keep that power, America needed oil. And he wanted to forge an alliance with the king to make sure that the vast Saudi oil fields remained under American control. In their conversation, the two men laid the foundations for an alliance that continues to the present day. America would get its oil, and in return, Saudi Arabia would receive wealth and security from America.
Listen, chat.
But the king was well aware of the dangers of opening up his country to the influence of the modern West. And in the negotiations that followed, he laid down a condition. "We will take your technology and your money," he said, "but you must leave our faith alone." The Saudi faith was called Wahhabism. It was a radical, violent, and extremely puritanical form of Islam. And its followers among the Bedouin tribes hated the modern world. Wahhabism was part of a wider movement in Islam that had risen up in reaction to the European empires. Another was the Deobandi movement in India. They all believed that modern imperialism was corrupting the true nature of Islam. and wanted to go back to a world based on the original teachings of
They deserve to be fucking dead. They rape fucking children. Imagine sympathizing with the Taliban, LMFAO. Okay, one, I'm going to ban this person. And two, I'm going to explain why I banned that person. The problem is, you see brown dude and you think, oh, that's Taliban. Okay? That's the problem. This is the kind of attitude that manifests when you don't fucking recognize what's going on right in front of your eyes. Even when we are literally describing the precursory reasoning for why America backed Wahhabists, you still turn around and you're like, oh, they're all fucking Taliban. They're all Taliban.
the Islamic texts. Abdulaziz had harnessed this force in the 1920s to seize power. But he had unleashed something that didn't want to stop. The Wahhabists wanted to go on and create a caliphate across the whole of the Arab world. And to stop them, in 1929, Abdulaziz machine-gunned them. He ruthlessly killed the warriors who had made him king. But their belief, a violent, intolerant, and above all backward-looking version of Islam, remained at the heart of Saudi Arabian society. And the deal made that day on the Great Bitter Lake meant that America would get its oil, but it would also be protecting Wahhabism, a force that had its own global ambitions. Ambitions that were very different from America's.
Is Ahmed Shah Massoud. He was an advocate for extraditing Osama bin Laden to the United States of America. He was killed 3 days before 9/11 happened by the Taliban. This is before 9/11 happened. Or 2 days before 9/11 happened. He was killed by Al-Qaeda. I talked about this before. Did I say Taliban? Sorry, Al-Qaeda. I'm sorry I said Taliban. He was killed 2 days before 9/11. I don't know why it doesn't mention in the documentary exactly the dates. By Al-Qaeda. And the suspicion was that his actual location was leaked by, the Blind Sheik, an American asset, someone under American intelligence control. So there is reason to suspect that the intelligence communities were aware of what they were doing by doxing this person, pretty much. The CIA knew that this person's location would be leaked. The person who was interested in giving up Osama bin Laden to the U.S. forces. Because as you know, even before 9/11, there was interest in Afghanistan. And Ahmed Shah Massoud understood that they did not want any sort of U.S. occupation. Let's keep going. Yes, I didn't say he was Taliban. He was a part of he was a military commander in the north.
On the throne.
You mean the Qazi? That's Randy Lau.
Who?
Randy Lau, the Qazi of Calabar.
Oh, how do you know he is then?
How do I know he's what?
Randy.
That's his name.
Oh, he's very good looking, isn't he?
Yeah, only the richest and most powerful Raja in northern India, that's all.
He's smiling at us.
Smile back. You don't have to go raving mad.
My father, who are those people?
That light of my darkness is Sir Sidney Rough Diamond, the British governor, whose benevolent rule and wise guidance we could well do without.
By the mid-1950s, the American engineers had built the giant dams that were going to create what they called a new wonderland of vegetation and power in Helmand. But the project was running into problems, and it was beginning to lose its innocence. As the giant dams were completed, they had an unexpected effect. They raised the level of the water table and started to bring salt to the surface. And one of the plants that thrived in this new soil were poppies.
And that's how we arrive at opium production in Afghanistan.
Some of those leading the project said they should stop. But the American government stepped in and insisted that they should continue. Because by now, the dams had become a central part of the struggle with the Soviet Union. All sides in the Cold War began to compete to offer Afghanistan bigger and better schemes to modernize the country. Afghan politicians exploited this ruthlessly. The Prime Minister, Mohammed Daoud, spent his time traveling the world, playing the countries, Russia, America and China, off against each other. Daoud wanted to use the modernization as a way of consolidating his power. Afghanistan was a fragmented country. Power was divided between ethnic groups and tribes. Daoud was a Pashtun, and he saw how the dam project in Helmand could be used to consolidate the Pashtun grip on the whole country. He persuaded the Americans to make the project even bigger, to turn it into a giant piece of social engineering. Thousands of Pashtun nomads who spent their time roaming the border area with Pakistan would be settled in the new farmland created by the dams. Dowd presented it as just another innocent piece of modernization, and the Americans happily agreed. What they didn't realize was that they were unwittingly being sucked into Afghan power politics. Not only was Dowd increasing Pashtun power, but he was sowing the seeds of bitter rivalries over the division and ownership of land.
I don't get it. Who are the bad guys here? The Taliban or people or the Marines? Bro, this is like before the Taliban, okay? Or I guess like there is, the Taliban is like only forming. The person that I told you guys about already, the Northern Alliance, which is an Afghan military organization, the leader was a Mujahideen originally. But he was one of the Mujahideen that was actually fighting against the Taliban and fighting against Al-Qaeda. So a lot of those Mujahideen formed different groups depending on whatever their fucking seasoning of Islam was, or depending on what their interpretation was. And this documentary seeks to show how the U.S. interests aligned with the more reactionary, more fundamentalist formations like the Taliban, and how it was beneficial to how their attitude in Afghanistan and the way that they operated in Afghanistan and in Saudi Arabia actually ended up benefiting the Taliban. Okay?
In Helmand.
And it's going in and out. It's going in and out of like future occupation. Like this is the Bagram Air Force now. So it's going to 2005 Afghanistan, and then going back to, you know, the 80s. I love this scene, dude. It's awesome. Okay, there's violence here. So this is President Karzai's motorcade, and it's about to get fucking blasted, okay? There's some dead, there's like dead people on the ground. And then they finally get the... There's no dead people here. They finally get the motorcade out. It's called Bitter Lake. Hold on. Just showing the devastation that it left in its wake. That was, I think that was the 2002 assassination attempt. Or no, that's not the 2002 one. I don't know which one the motorcade was. I mean, there's a lot. Oh, it's in 2002 September. So that assassination attempt was when he was sitting in the back of a Toyota Land Cruiser, and then all of a sudden U.S. Special Forces assigned to protect Karzai began shooting at the bystanders, and those killed in the shooting were 2 civilians and 1 security personnel of Gul Agha Sharzai. Americans give a different account, alleging that it was an assassination attempt on Karzai and that one of its members was wounded. So what he showed there, what he showed there wasn't even an assassination attempt. It's what Americans consider to be an assassination attempt, because they ended up shooting and killing a bunch of civilians in September 2002. I was wrong. There has been multiple assassination attempts since then. But yeah, those were American special forces that lit the fuck up a bunch of like random Afghan civilians and killed a couple. It's not Blackwater. It's U.S. Special Forces. XQCL USMC Mega Mulder, you're coming across as anti-American. Why though? If correctly showing you the events that the United States engaged in, if like just showing you what the US has done makes me seem like I'm un-American, then you probably should reevaluate why you offer unconditional loyalty to all the devastation that the United States causes around the world. I'm not un-American. I'm just showing you what America has done. You're the one who feels un-American or feels like you're against America in that situation because your own personal morality kicks in. Who wanted to get some of it back.
The British Board of Trade, in the booklet it gives out to visiting British businessmen, does try to be helpful. But this is what it says about Arabic time, and that's only one of them. Sunset is taken as 0 when watches are set to 12. A business appointment given for, say, 2 o'clock in the evening will therefore be for 2 hours after sunset, and for 5 o'clock in the morning, 7 hours before sunset. It's important to remember that sunset should be regarded as midnight. The time of sunrise is irrelevant.
Well, I don't know about you, but I know sun time is roughly 6 hours plus 5. In other words, it's either 11 o'clock, morning or evening.
But which? Is it
well,
11
it's 11 o'clock.
But it must have some relevance to the time of day. How do you as a businessman make appointments?
I normally make them by my watch. I ask them personally whether they are conforming to either Arabic time, sun time, or GMT plus 3. They normally say the other two. I ask them to give me a time at GMT plus 3. Now, sun time is 6 hours after this, roughly.
6 hours after that?
You are 6 hours plus 5, give or take an hour.
Do you know what time it is now?
Not really.
In 1964, King Faisal became the new leader of Saudi Arabia. Faisal set out to modernize the country. He created Western-style bureaucracies and a welfare system. He even allowed television for the first time. But he faced two threats. One was from the religious leaders inside Saudi Arabia. They were the Wahhabists, who had brought his family to power and gave his rule legitimacy. They distrusted any idea of modernizing Saudi society. Faisal was also facing a dangerous situation abroad, from communism that was spreading through the Arab world.
Very dangerous.
His solution was simple. Faisal decided to use the religious leaders and their conservative beliefs as a force to counter the international threat of communism. But he knew that this would also divert their attention away from his domestic policies. Faisal used the growing oil money to set up hundreds of schools and institutes across the Islamic world, some as far away as Pakistan. Their job was to spread Wahhabist ideas and help to turn Islam into a unified international force strong enough to stand up to communism.
What? That's crazy. Hold on. Let's run that back, actually. I want to run that back again for the chatters. This is an important part. We're going to run that whole thing back.
One was from the religious leaders inside Saudi Arabia.
King Faisal has
They were the
two
Wahhabis
problems.
who had brought his family to power and gave his rule legitimacy. They distrusted any idea of modernizing Saudi society. Faisal was also facing a dangerous situation abroad, from communism that was spreading through the Arab world. His solution...
I wonder who the United States aligned with. What interest did the United States align with, you guys think? You guys have any idea, any opinion on that? I'm just thinking, I can't really, Oh yeah, it was the Wahhabist, religious fundamentalist ideology that was seen as a counterweight to communist influence in the way that I have described time and time again, I think. Perhaps.
The solution was simple. Faisal decided to use the religious leaders and their conservative beliefs as a force to counter the international threat of communism. But he knew that this would also divert their attention away from his domestic policies. Faisal used the growing oil money to set up hundreds of schools and institutes across the Islamic world, some as far away as Pakistan.
For the record, the United States still does this. Okay? The United States still does this all the time. One of the main assets, for example, seen as a more tempered, more moderate Islamic force is Fethullah Gülen, a Turkish cleric. A Turkish cleric that lives in the Poconos in a fucking compound protected by the CIA. Famously, the Turkish government offered $500,000 to Michael Flynn to go and kidnap him and deliver him to Turkey, which Michael Flynn said yes to, if you guys recall. And the CIA does the exact same thing with the Wahhabis, but with Fethullah Gülen, offering him support, structure, so that he can build Muslim schools, okay, Islamic schools all around the world, And they are all around the fucking world, specifically in parts of Africa, for example, and even in the United States. That teaches, in the eyes of the American government at the very least, a more moderate Islamist approach. It's not true, and it's still bad, but that's yet another way that America tries to enforce control.
Their job was to spread Wahhabist ideas and help to turn Islam into a unified international force strong enough to stand up to communism. What Faisal was doing was taking the dangerous and unstable fanaticism at the heart of Saudi society and directing it outwards, beyond its borders. It was a ruthless way of creating stability in his own country. America gave this tacit approval because it was part of the...
Wow, they build schools in Africa? That sounds horrible, man. Somebody has to stop them, says HasanAbi. Yeah, totally. They're certainly not building schools with the sole purpose of indoctrination in the exact same way that the fucking Wahhabists did. Are you fucking stupid? You're literally watching the transformation occur in front of your eyes, and the personal reasons for why this transformation, this fundamentalist transformation of Islam occurred, and you look at it and you just reduce it to, they're building schools in Africa. You dumb fuck. They're not just building schools. Okay? What do you think the U.S. should have done to counteract the USSR's imperialism? I don't know. Fucking focus on itself. When you say counteract the USSR's influence, you realize what you're saying is like countries democratically were experiencing a lot of socialist momentum from within, even before the USSR's influence, before the USSR offered any sort of like material assistance. You get that, right? And the United States was like, fuck no, we need to continue the capitalist dominant hegemony, and we need to do it by force. That's the difference. Also, yes, counteracting USSR influence, the same reason U.S. invaded Korea, Vietnam, all of Latin America. It's always been the same reasoning. Serious question. Why were the West and Arab countries so afraid of communism? If they were afraid of the destruction of class, would it still be on the top authority like the USSR? They were afraid of communism because if there was an international communist movement, mobilization, that would greatly threaten the bourgeois class in Western states that benefited from the current economic organization internationally. What do you mean? It's the same attitude that, like, why can't we have fucking socialized medicine in America? Here, I'll use a microcosm of that exact same problem. Why can't you have fucking labor unions in America? Why? Because it threatens the interests of capital owners and business owners. It threatens their bottom line. It threatens their profit motive or their profit-seeking attitudes. And that's precisely why they push back against it through propaganda and back in the Cold War through directly funding any sort of reactionary, fundamentalist, and psychotic, genocidal fucking militia movements they possibly could. Anyway, Brianna Nicole, thank you for the 521 gift subs. I don't know why we're asking the person from TYT about whether it's okay for terrorists to say death to America, but go off, I guess. I like you, HasanAbi, but this take is cringe. Wait, what? When did I say that? Also, what is like my past in the TYT have anything to do with... Wait, what? Is this copy pasta? Fucking idiot. Motherfucker saying
the global struggle against communism. But in 1966, Faisal gave America a glimpse of how uncontrollable an ally Saudi Arabia could be. He went to New York and publicly attacked America's support for Israel. It caused an outrage.
Don't worry, boys. Saudi Arabia no longer does that. They fucking got that shit wrapped up real quick.
اليهود في العالم يؤيدون إسرائيل ويدفعون لها الإعانات والأتوات لعدونا وهو عدونا.
I can't translate. I don't know what the fuck.
The reasons are that, unfortunately, the Jews throughout the world support Israel. They provide assistance to Israel. And in our present situation, we consider those who provide assistance to our enemy as our own enemy. فنحن أعداء للاعتداء لأن إسرائيل اعتدت على العرب في وطنهم وأخرجتهم وشردتهم من بيوتهم وأراضيهم ورمتهم في المخيمات والملاجئ.
I wonder what will happen to King Faisal.
I'd like to hire a photocopy machine for 3 months.
I know. That's okay?
Possibly for 6 months.
Yes, why not?
Yeah.
If you like it for all times, for one
And
year,
no, he's
one
not
for-
fucking speaking facts, dude. Like, a lot of their fucking listen. A lot of the attitudes that like these fucking dipshit leaders have in most of these circumstances directly revolve around anti-Semitism. Now, there's also on top what happened to King Faisal. Oh, he got assassinated. I was joking. He was by his like what is it? By the son of his half brother. So a lot of like a lot of the it is for popularity with his base. Like these guys don't give a shit. Ultimately, they don't have like a genuine anger towards like the Israeli occupation or the mistreatment of Palestinians or anything like that. And that's precisely why a lot of these Gulf leaders completely fucking gave up on ever defending the rights of Palestinians. And now they're and now they offer full-throated support to the state of Israel and the apartheid state of Israel and its occupation. And they did it so that they could get like 2 F-35 fucking airplanes they can't even fucking fly. It's stoking Arab nationalism for selfish reasons, similar to populists stoking white nationalism. That's actually the first time that Draconic literally had a decent take in the chat. Surprising. Normally, he has like all of the worst fucking 4chan adjacent takes. They don't have F-35s. Okay, whatever. Rockets. Like, I'm using F-35 as a symbolism. So, stop being fucking dipshits, chat, and being like based every time someone fucking talks about Israel in a negative light. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
How many conditions and how much it'll be?
Yeah. It's up to your work. Do you have a lot of all that tuner and developer?
Yeah, we want you to maintain it and service it. Okay.
اینا که هست فتوکاپی ماشینش میخواین همراه کاغذاش از پیشتون میخرن دیگه از پیشتون رنگش میخره هر چیزش
نه صرف کرای ماشینه
کرای ماشینه و دیگه چیزا رو که میدین باز sir we'll buy paper from them the color from them the others are for rent. It's okay?
Yeah. Can you give me the price for 3 months, possibly for 6 months? Yes. The contract must last for 3 months.
Okay.
برای 3 ماه کرا بده.
یک ماه $500 روشن کرا داده میتونم. $500 per month.
$500 per month.
Per month.
It's very expensive. You can
if you have, if you bringing in here, you can set in here. I will copy for you.
No, we want to take the copier away.
I wonder if this is like.
And so the story goes, they wore the clothes.
I don't know. This is like DMCA-able probably. There's like a lot of David Bowie shit here. So I'm just gonna lower the volume here, okay? I don't want to get clapped up. How do you say adını in English? What's your name?
Tomorrow had their feet in the wallow and their heads are brown with ice ashore.
Sending times to POS and Discord so you can keep them up on the side. Yeah, I have them, but thank you. Please do that.
When the world was asleep, 12:31. Silence swirl through the streets like the crust of.
Okay, well we're gonna.
Flashing teeth of brass, standing tall in the dark.
Don't mute Bowie, you beta. Watching you realize how fucking entitled we are in comparison, just our personalities. What?
May the benevolence of the god Shivu bring blessings on your house.
And on yours.
And may his wisdom bring success in all your undertakings.
And in yours.
And may his radiance light up your life.
And up yours.
Do you ever feel frustrated that perhaps when you've spoken about corruption, and certainly in the past you've made very strong moves against officials, for example, who are corrupt, but many of those officials haven't left their jobs, they haven't obeyed your orders?
No, they have all left their jobs. Certainly.
In the past few days, of the 28 that you have sacked, 19, our information is that 19 of them are still in their positions.
No, that's not true. They've all gone. They've all gone.
Okay.
Definitely. Definitely.
So you're confident then that your power is building in terms of being able to enact, to make...
Oh, by the way, as far as the biometric data goes, here you go. What we just watched in the fucking video when chatters were being like, oh, they're doctors, bro. Like, they're doctors. Well, according to Ken Klippenstein, a.k.a. Ken Leakenstein of The Intercept, the United States military spent years gathering biometric data, as we saw already. You know, iris scans and fingerprints on Afghans. And that's now been seized by the Taliban and could identify Afghans who helped the United States. Military sources have told Ken. You know what I'm saying? His homies love talking. Bro, like they know how to use that shit. Dude, this is what I mean. It's so fucking idiotic, dude. Your Orientalist perspective is so fucking delusional. That's why the most powerful military on the fucking planet keeps getting its ass whooped, dude. Because you undermine the intelligence and the ingenuity of fucking people who are desperate. You absolute imbecile. These motherfuckers were able to destroy the American military with flip-flops, bro. You're so fucking stupid. This is how racism comes back to bite you in the ass, when you fucking literally undermine and underestimate the prowess of your enemy. You are so fucking stupid, dude. God damn, dude. God fucking damn it. This is literally how it happens. This is how it happens. You have a nation built by dipshits like this, okay? Who fucking think like, oh, what are they gonna do? They're just like goat herders, bro. What the fuck? And then you're like, oh, 20 years later, you're like, oh, we spent trillions of dollars here. And they embarrassed us. This Afghanistan news cycle has made chat 10 times worse than the Israel cycle or the election. What the fuck is happening? It's significantly more normalized in this situation. Locket Rancher, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift subs.
Make sure that your orders are obeyed.
I'm building a new administration for Afghanistan. I'm working on a clean, efficient administration.
Back! Back off!
Back the fuck up! Get the fuck out of the way! Get the fuck out!
I was stolen, he was whacked, so he could scream and still relax. Unbelievable.
You know, just dude, how could the Taliban? How could these? I mean, how could the Taliban just like exist? You know what I mean? How could they be so upset? Those aren't like those kids aren't dead, but they're on the ground. It's not TOS. I mean, how could there be like a robust anti-imperialist fucking attitude developed in the country where people were so fucking desperate that they like literally were like, well, at least these motherfuckers look like me. I don't give a fuck if they're like religious or insane. I'm not gonna show the rest of that video, but like still, I wanted you to. It's just a person that's begging with their kids literally laying in the middle of the road, like they're little babies.
With our backs on the arch, and the devil may be here, but he can't sing about that.
No, that is not dead. That kid is not dead, you fucking weirdo. They're literally just. Isn't this Bob Dylan? I don't know what it is. Okay, stop.
The other day, a friend of Blue Peter's, Angela Mulliner, invited me to help her groom some dogs with very shaggy coats indeed. A pair of Afghan hounds.
Take you, don't they? They do. This should be a good spot.
You need plenty of space to groom dogs this size, so we picked the park. Their names were Kingsley and Cleo, and I said I'd do Cleo. How often is one supposed to do this?
Very frequently. Oh, gosh. Don't sit down, Cleo. There's a good girl.
Angela and I wanted the dogs to look their very best because we were taking them out on a special assignment. We were all going off to the Mall, and we had to be there by 12 o'clock.
Come on then, dogs.
We felt very proud of Kingsley and Cleo because they'd been invited to join a guard of honor. Afghan hounds were going to salute their king because for the first time ever, the King of Afghanistan was coming to London. About 20 members of the Southern Afghan Hound Society had brought their dogs along to line the route, and there were Afghans of all colours and sizes. And when the Queen pointed us out, the King of Afghanistan seemed delighted to see us. For the first time in their lives, British Afghan hounds were seeing people from their own country, because in the carriages that followed the Queen, there were more people from the Royal Court of Afghanistan.
But the ordered world, where kings and queens ruled and dogs behaved obediently, was about to collapse. In 1971, the King of Afghanistan had come on his first ever state visit to Britain. But it was also his last, because his ambitious Prime Minister, Mohammed Daoud, was already plotting against him. And in 1973, Daoud took power in a coup. He declared Afghanistan a republic and sent the king into exile. 2 months later, Egypt attacked Israel, and a Middle East war started. To begin with, it looked as though Israel would be defeated. But the American government came to its rescue, airlifting arms on a massive scale to prevent the Israelis from being overwhelmed. The Israelis counterattacked, and the Arabs faced a disaster. But then Saudi Arabia came to the rescue, because King Faisal realized that his country had a weapon that could stop Israel. Overnight, Faisal raised the price of oil 5 times and threatened a complete embargo unless America forced Israel to pull back. It worked. A ceasefire was agreed. and everyone realized that the balance of power in the world had suddenly changed.
What we want is the complete withdrawal of the Israeli forces from the occupied Arab territories. And then you'll have the oil at the same level of September 73.
Is this demand absolute and rigid, or is this just a negotiating position?
Definitely. We won't give up any inch of these lands.
Doesn't this new massive increase in the price of oil mean a change in the world balance of power between the developing nations like you, the producers, and us, the developed industrialized nations?
Yes, it will.
And what do you think arises from that?
Well, a new type of relationship. You have to adjust yourself to the new circumstances. And I think you have to sit down and talk seriously with us about this new era.
When Saudi Arabia raised the price of oil, they did it to change the political balance of power in the world. But it also had another unexpected effect, because it allowed the men who ran the banks and the financial system in America and Britain to begin to break free of political control. Billions of dollars flooded from the West into Saudi Arabia, most of which the Saudis didn't know what to do with. So they gave them to the Western banks to invest. The banks then made a crucial decision. They kept many of those dollars free from control by the American government. And they became a vast pool of wealth, known as petrodollars, that could be lent and traded anywhere around the world without political control. As Western politicians struggled to deal with the economic and social chaos that had been created by the oil price rise, their bankers were building a new global financial system based on recycling the Saudi billions. And the banks began to become rich and powerful again.
That's literally a graphic showing kids not to fucking touch mines, by the way. Also, guys, or not to touch fucking IEDs, sorry. Guys, I know where the fucking TOS is. It's like coming up in a while. It's like coming up in like 30 minutes. And also on top of that, like I'm watching it ahead of time so that if there's any TOS, I can like run in and change it. Also, I am obviously going to inform you that it's top of the fucking hour. Every hour, it's time for a 60-second ad break. 56:20 to 58. Wait, what? Really? Or was that a lie? Holy shit, that could have been bad. Wait, let's see. Wait, what? That's not... There's no TOS there. I mean, it looks like it could be TOS, but it's not. They're just like lighting there's like a fire and they're lighting something, but it's not actually TOS. Anyway, they're being extra careful. They're like a massive group of people. There's no fighting or blood, but they're like looting shit. Yeah. No, it's just a riot. Thank you, though. Can you spend some time explaining what the fuck petrodollars are and what the video just mentioned, if you can elaborate? What else do you want other than what the video already mentioned? It's like fucking revenue generated from petroleum production from all of these like incredibly wealthy countries that have a vast amount of oil. That's it. It's just oil money. I mean, it's literally in the name. Anyway, it's top of the hour. Every hour it's time for a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free if you have a Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime is free. You can use an ad blocker or a VPN. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. That's how you get a ad-free broadcasting experience, baby. Here's the ad now.
Does he know where the Taliban are?
Taliban Taliban مرجع كده مرجع
Marja?
مرجع
Marja.
مرجع هذا واحد ورود تورس سياري وخبر كورتا ما دسية
السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم.
Right. Are we in Kushal-Kalay now? Is this Kushal-Kalay? What is the name of this village?
Yeah.
This is the edge of Kushal-Kalay. Yeah. Have the Taliban gone now, or they're still in Kushal-Kalay?
Taliban
Okay. Where has he seen Taliban? Where? Sure. Yeah. How far? Here's the Taliban. Yeah. There. Right, sir. This guy's IDing these here and saying the Taliban. Here's the room now. Yeah. 2 men. Yeah. There. Taliban. Yeah.
As Western countries collapsed economically in the 1970s, students from Europe and America fled from the chaos. They came to Afghanistan as a land of dreams, a different, innocent world free of the corruption of politics and money in the West.
Then you see some Afghan come dozing out of the sand, hardly give you a look, and carry on past. You long to ask, where are you going? Where have you come from? But he just disappears into the murk, going about his everyday business. A traveller is someone who proceeds through a country under his own initiative, with a certain internal drive to learn, to find out something more than the superficial. To me, an Afghan was some figure from a woodblock print in a book about India. The reality of an Afghan was so beyond that, their strength of character which comes through in their most simple action.
This is a long jacket for men. A fur for generation, which goes from mother to daughter. A possum, shallow coat. This is antelope. This is Mulan, the Mulan coat.
That's it.
But Afghan students still believed in the idea of revolution. Back in the 1960s, many students from Kabul University had been sent to universities in America. It had been part of the modernization project, and they brought back with them radical ideas from the American student left. Back in Kabul, those ideas then got mixed up with other left-wing theories that the Afghan students found in badly translated Russian books about Marxism. And in 1978, they decided to have a revolution. One of the leaders was Hafizullah Amin, and after the revolution, he ordered a film to be made about the role he had played. Amin also starred in the film, playing himself. It shows policemen coming to Amin's house to arrest him. He tries to hide some secret papers. But the policemen take him to jail, leaving his wife and daughter. Amin is then shown directing the revolution from his prison cell, and then riding on a tank to the president's palace.
Tanks loyal to young communist army officers now guard the palace where President Daoud ruled. Inside, he and his family, including his young grandchildren, were shot dead when his palace guard lost their courageous battle to defend him. Men from the different tribes who live in this backward country swarm all over tanks knocked out in the battle. They seem pleased to see the end of the old feudal regime.
The revolutionaries gave a press conference. Amin, it was announced, would become foreign minister, and the president of the Revolutionary Council was another ex-student, Mohammad Taraki.
Our relationship with all the countries, including Soviet Union, and all our neighbors and throughout the world will be based and depend on the amount of their support to our revolutionary government in political, economical field.
Does this mean, Mr. President, that you will be following a strict policy of non-alignment?
This is quite correct.
The aim of the revolution was to create a new Afghanistan, and parades were held in Kabul to celebrate the radical vision. One of the main aims was to redistribute land fairly, to get rid of a feudal system of landowners and peasants. Every farmer was to be allowed to own their own land, and young revolutionaries from Kabul were filmed going out into the countryside to measure out the new plots, followed by the grateful farmers kissing their new land certificates. But in reality, the land reforms set the seeds for a bitter conflict in Helmand. It made the divisions that had begun with President Dowd's reforms in the 1960s much worse. As the land was parcelled out, families accused each other of stealing the best.
I love that these dudes unironically learned Marxism from American colleges, brother. Conservatives were right, brother. They're teaching Marxism in American universities, brother. That's how they taught those dangerous ideas to them Afghan students. They taught those dangerous ideas called critical race theory, brother. That's how they... What? I really think you might want to correct the record. This doc said Egypt attacked Israel in 1967, not the other way around. This is true. Noam Chomsky talking about this a million times. I think they bombed Western Sinai airfields or something. Okay. They learned liberalism from unis. They learned Marxism from old Russian books. Yeah, well, they were teaching them Marxism. I don't believe you. Liberalism is Marxism. That's what that is. Tucker Carlson is right. We need to stop it. They're doing a thing called land reforms. I hate it.
Bits. And all sorts of hatreds and rivalries were born in Afghan rural society. Rivalries that would set village against village, tribe against tribe. And in Kabul, the revolutionaries started to hate each other too. Hafizullah Amin decided that he should be in charge, and he arranged for his rival Taraki to be killed. Taraki was smothered with a cushion. Amin ordered that anyone who opposed the reforms should be thrown in jail or killed. In Helmand, 100 political prisoners were taken up in a plane and thrown into the giant lake created by the American dam. The Soviet leaders in Moscow became terrified that Afghanistan was falling apart, and they decided to intervene. They rang Amin to tell him that they were sending Russian troops to help his revolution. And at the end of 1979, the troops began to arrive at Kabul airport. What the Russians didn't tell Amin was that the troops were also coming to kill him. The Russians put a sniper on one of the main roads in Kabul, but Amin's convoy drove too fast and the sniper missed. They tried again. This time they put poison in Amin's can of Pepsi in the presidential palace. But his nephew drank it instead and died. Amin gave a banquet in a palace outside Kabul. The Soviets smuggled in a chef who poisoned the food. This time it worked. All the guests and Amin fell on the floor writhing in agony. But the Afghan servants rang for help, and 2 Russian doctors turned up who knew nothing of the plot. They pumped Amin's stomach and he revived. So the Russian troops attacked the palace, threw a grenade at Amin and shot him.
I do a better job on Hitman than fucking the KGB. What the fuck, dude? Absolutely abysmal record for assassinations, dude. What the fuck? How are these the same motherfuckers that, like, literally bugged an American embassy for, like, 40 years by using, you know, the same technology of Theremin? Seriously, dude. I mean... Listen, you got to hand it to the American special operations, and the American intelligence is like, they do a little bit better of a job, I feel like. These guys are like, we are sending troops. We will help. No, just kidding. Troop kill you. Aha! Oh no, troop is unable to kill. Actually, never mind. They did do the same with Castro and failed to do so. But the difference is Castro wasn't fucking welcoming the help from America with open arms in the same way that these guys thought that the USSR was helping. There was just more opportunity for murder there, and they failed, okay? That's the point. Because of false information. Oopsie!
Couldn't be happier. And I'm particularly happy today.
Why?
We had a very good election last night, and the people came out in huge numbers to vote. And voted a new president, which is the people's choice, and that's democracy in action. And I'm very proud of the people of the United States.
Oh, I was thrilled. I think the stock market will go up, everyone will be happy, the economy is going to level off, our international relations will become much more stable. I've worked very, very hard on the election in some of the phone banks, and all of my friends did. We were thrilled to pieces about it.
I always have voted Democrat. So, you know, its times have changed now, so I'm not a baby anymore, so I had to make a change, and I made a change. And so the right man won.
President Reagan simplified everything for America. For 10 years, the country had been battered and torn apart by waves of economic and social chaos. Reagan set out to give the country a new sense of purpose. He took all the problems, even the most complex, and turned them into reassuring moral fables. And abroad, the world he depicted was one where, although good might struggle with evil for a while, in the end, goodness and innocence would triumph.
We have it in our power to begin the world over again.
It was a vision of the world that over the next 20 years would rise up to possess all of us in the West, both left and right. Conflicts that in the past would have been seen as political struggles were redefined. They became instead battles against dark demonic forces that threatened innocent people. And the role of we, the good people of the West, was to intervene to save those innocents. One of the places this dream began was Afghanistan. America was already helping the rebels who were fighting the Russians. But Reagan increased the aid massively and made it the symbol of his new vision. He even dedicated the space shuttle to the Afghan freedom fighters.
Just as the Columbia, we think, represents man's finest aspirations in the field of science and technology, so too does the struggle of the Afghan people represent man's highest aspirations for freedom. Accordingly, I am dedicating on behalf of the American people the March 22nd launch of the Columbia to the people of Afghanistan.
But right from the beginning, there was a dangerous, destructive force at the very heart of this project. This was because Reagan's partner in the battle to bring freedom to Afghanistan was Saudi Arabia. The Saudi intelligence agencies worked with the CIA to ship arms and money to the Afghan rebels. On the surface, the Saudis did this because a fellow Muslim country had been invaded by communists. But it was also part of their attempt to export the dangerous fundamentalism at the heart of their own society. In 1979, a group of Saudi radicals had taken over the Grand Mosque in Mecca. For 2 weeks, the authorities had fought running battles with the insurgents. They discovered that a number of the attackers had been taught by the most senior religious leader in the country. It made the ruling family realize just how fragile their grip on power was. So as well as sending the money and the weapons, they encouraged young radicals to go and fight in Afghanistan. One of them was a young Osama bin Laden. The aim was to divert their anger. But it meant that with the arms would also come the pessimistic and intolerant version of Islam, Wahhabism. To begin with, these ideas would have little influence in Afghanistan, but they would take hold there and mutate into a dark and violent force that was completely at odds with Reagan's vision of freedom. At the beginning, though, no one knew who to give the weapons to, and an odd group of adventurers went into Afghanistan to find out. One of the first was a Texan socialite called Joanne Herring.
When I went into Afghanistan, I don't even know how I got in. The president of Pakistan flew me to the border, you know, the no man's land that the British created very wisely between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And we boarded a truck. I put on men's clothing, and we got on this truck and went somewhere. And we went into these camps, and there would be these men with beards and turbans and in rags, really. They had nothing. And there with their 1918 Enfield rifles, and they would stand there and they'd say, "To the last drop of blood," and your heart would just burst. But I thought, oh, what will they do with an unveiled woman coming in here? And I thought, you know, they really may kill me because they might not understand why I'm here, but they did. They were so grateful, so grateful. They said, "The world doesn't know. Thank you for coming." My heart was given immediately to these people who believe so much in their God, and I think it's the same God as I worship, just in another way. And they would come back, and of course completely exhausted and almost dead, and those who were still.
What happened when I was gone, chat? I felt like there was a cyclone that happened. You know what I mean? Little operation. It's almost like the brave Mujahideen got the arms and training and everything that their heart desired. What was that? What, are people mad at me saying a brave Mujahideen? That's crazy, because Ronald Reagan dedicated a fucking space flight to them. So strange, man. So strange, the things that are happening. Huh. Last updated timestamps in the mod chat is pinned. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, where is the last one? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Still alive. And then this new group would say, I can't wait to go out and kill Russians.
This is Radio Afghanistan calling Europe.
This is Radio Afghanistan Kabul, and here is the news. 43 cases of bullets for 303 bore guns, an Egyptian Kalashnikov, 11,300 other bullets of various types, including rocket launchers and mines, and 170 various types of weapons, 45 mortar shells, light and heavy machine guns, typewriters, and cameras have recently been seized from the counter-revolutionary bandits and different.
Why do you say things like, how much is the CIA paying you, when it's like, when it's literally, I know, there's like footage coming up now. How much is the CIA paying you when I'm literally talking about the shit that they did that they don't want you to fucking, they don't want you to cover critically? I made my classic. Damn, Chatters forgot about this, by the way. There's definitely TOS here, and Chatter absolutely did not give me this timestamp, for the record. Thank fucking Christ I actually hid the screen. There's literally just like a dead body that's being lit on fire currently. And I totally, like, 106. It's literally not on there. It's not on the list. You have it at 116. Yeah. That's crazy that I on accident was able to see that. Oh, he probably put 116, but it was 106. Unless there's some in 116 as well. Oh my god, he literally, I think he like actually put 116 when it was 106. Fuck, dude. There's one at 116 too? Okay.
It's better if the father gets involved. Sorry, Mike, can you just ask him to do it while I'm filming? Just ask him to put it down there.
Let's see.
Just Just a casualty, guys. Hey, listen, that's called collateral damage, okay? That's what that's called. Collateral fucking damage. I wonder why people would rise up and you know, take arms against the United States. It's so strange. Why does everyone else around the world hate America, I wonder? For the record, there's still, by the way, Vietnam loves America, which is unique in and of itself, but possibly due to the anti-Chinese sentiment. But there's still kids being born deformed in Vietnam as a consequence of like all of the chemical warfare that we engaged in over there. Agent Orange. Chatter said they treat the bird better than people. That's the point. That's why this footage is being shown to you right now. That's the juxtaposition. You see a young girl blown to fucking pieces, and then you see a soldier in a foreign land show kindness to a bird. That is literally the point of the juxtaposition. Oh, sorry. Another incredibly important fucking part of context that another important contextual part of that footage is that it's a girl being blown to pieces, being used as propaganda from the West, with the lady literally being like, here's how we should frame this. Like, here, take this flower. It's supposed to show you that, like, we in the West literally do not fucking see people in Afghanistan, the victims of war, the real victims of war, as even fucking animals. Like, literally, we love these birds. We treat them with more kindness and like a full-blown life, living, breathing thing, more so than the actual fucking human beings in Afghanistan. This is a common trope, by the way, in the West. Like, I talk about it a lot. Like, there's like racist white people that don't care what happens to black people, but will like yell at you about, you know, having your dog and his paws on the concrete. I mean, the IDF literally promotes how vegan they are, so.
In the early 1980s, the Soviet Union was falling apart. The attempt to create a planned socialist society had failed.
This part's really good.
It had become a stagnant world, where the shops were half empty, criminal gangs looted the factories, and no one believed in the system any longer. The aging Soviet leaders knew that Russian society was collapsing, but they had no idea what to do. And in the face of this, Afghanistan became for them a last desperate attempt to create a model version of their original communist ideal. Faced with a growing rebellion in the countryside, the Russians took over Afghanistan and installed another student revolutionary as president. He was called Babrak Kamal, and he did what he was told. And as well as the Russian troops, thousands of teachers and doctors came to set up programs and hospitals that were going to transform the lives of the Afghan people.
For the record, this is why I was saying, like, listen, there was a genuine socialist revolution, okay? And that is precisely why I told Joe Pags, or whatever the fuck his name is, that yes, if we hadn't fucking armed the Mujahideen to fight against the Russian government in Afghanistan, then they would literally have been better off overall, because there would be no rebel groups that the American government armed, funded, and trained to fight against the Russians and the Russian occupation. Now, having said that, do not misunderstand me. Russia installing a puppet, like the USSR installing a puppet fucking government, is still wrong. It is still morally abhorrent behavior. Okay? It's not right. But as far as like your attitude, and as far as like your understanding, as far as like what your belief system is, like if you think that the American puppet government is better than the fucking Taliban, which many neoliberals advocate for, then you have to recognize that not even touching that and not even trying to enforce our influence, exert our influence over Afghanistan by training the Mujahideen and like creating a fucking astroturfic insurgency movement would have made it a better place overall. Afghanistan would be better overall. You can say tanky all you want, but America did not actually fucking purge a foreign power in that situation. They created a monster that then they fucking handed off Afghanistan to. You understand? So if you fucking despise the Taliban, you should recognize why the Taliban is there and how they rose to power to begin with. You won't, but it would be nice if you did.
It was 150 were in the right arm in setting position.
Why did you come to Afghanistan? Was it compulsory posting, or was it of your own free choice?
Why I did come to Afghanistan? Okay, I will tell you. I'm doctor. I want to help people, patient. It is the main reason why I come in Afghanistan. Do you satisfied?
But it was your own free choice that you came here. You were not
it's my
sent here.
only free choice. Only free choice. Nothing.
And Afghan women were taught to be independent so they could free themselves from the repression of what the Soviets saw as a backward religion.
You know, after the revolution, the women in Afghanistan will be same like men. Yes, they are the same. You know what I mean? You know, in society and also in economy and everything.
Hey, where are the fucking neoliberals now? Women's rights, bitch. This is what I mean. This is what I'm pointing to. This is unironically my argument, which is like, what the USSR did is nearly fucking identical with two minor exceptions, actually major exceptions. One, there was already a robust, growing fucking movement, a socialist movement. Internally, there was no like invade Afghanistan movement. You know what I mean? In Afghanistan, they weren't like, please come fucking wreck our shit. That's one. So there was a genuine socialist movement in Afghanistan, okay, which the USSR took advantage of, certainly, and then did a lot of brutal shit. Don't get me wrong. Do not misunderstand me. But if you are to compare what, like, women's rights and, like, celebrating women's rights and the situation in Afghanistan would be a lot better with American occupation, like, yeah, this is literally, then you have to admit that the USSR would have been significantly better for Afghanistan overall, because then there would be no fucking Mujahideen. There would be no Taliban. There would be no Al-Qaeda. Or at least there would have been a force to match the insurrections.
But outside the cities, the Mujahideen rebels increased their attacks. They were becoming more confident and powerful. Using weapons supplied by the Americans and the Saudis, they ambushed Russian convoys.
It's coming up. Hide the mod chat. Oh, yeah. Hold on, I will. I want to show you this, though.
The Mujahideen treatment of their Russian prisoners was ruthless and cruel.
And we captured 2 Russians alive. Then we took them to our commander. And then the commander told us to stone them into death. And
He's saying the commander told us to stone them to death.
Took them and we stoned them into death.
For the record, that is the American forces. Those are the American trained forces that are fighting against the USSR, because America, self-admittedly at the time, wanted the USSR to have their own fucking Vietnam.
They stoned them to death.
Yeah, yes.
Have many people here stoned Russians or Afghan communists to death?
They're all
agreeing.
In response, the Russians launched search and destroy missions, often bombing whole villages.
Where's the fucking dead body? I don't know. There was no dead body.
Massacring hundreds of civilians. The war became a vicious struggle, with the Mujahideen using equally brutal tactics. And any idea of transforming Afghanistan began to slip away, and the Russians retreated into the cities.
And there you have it. And that's how it fucking fell apart.
Comrade General, what is the military situation in the country?
This part's really good too.
But the rebels came into the cities and began to kill the Russian civilians. They hid bombs in everyday objects that exploded the moment anyone used them. Everything around the Russians became frightening and unstable.
I wonder where they fucking learned some of this stuff. I wonder, you know what I mean? Who taught them how to fucking build these sorts of bombs and stuff? That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna hide, Fizz, chill.
The forces that they had unleashed were pursuing them, and as they did so, they began to eat away at the very foundations of Soviet communism. One of the bravest and most honest of the Russian journalists in Afghanistan was Artyom Borovik. He wrote, We thought that...
Dude, when you learn terrorism from the world's fucking most successful... When you learn terrorism from the world's most successful terror organization, it's just he has blood splattered on his shirt. It's fine. But, you know... Well, actually, Taliban learned from the IRA, right? They also literally fucking got training from the IRA too, like the car bomb stuff. Search up Soviet child mines. Do not scream at mods. Wait, what do you mean? This world's that's number 2. I thought that was fucking Palestine. I thought the IRA collaborated with Hamas. Or the PLO, not Hamas. No, I don't think it was the Taliban. You're forgetting the role that Pakistan's ISI played in this? Anyway.
That we were civilizing a backwards country.
He wrote, we thought we were civilizing a backwards country by exposing the television to modern bombers.
To modern bombers, to schools, to the latest models of tanks, to books, to long-range artillery, to newspapers, to economic aid, to AK-47s. But we rarely stopped to think how Afghanistan would influence us.
It is PLO, right? I was right.
Despite the hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers, diplomats, journalists and political advisors who passed through it. They were thrown into a country where bribery, corruption, profiteering and drugs were no less common than the long lines in Soviet stores. These diseases can be far more infectious and dangerous than hepatitis, particularly when they reach epidemic proportions.
This part is really fucking illuminating. This is from a movie, right? That's a vet. And riddled with fucking PTSD. I mean, I think it's like a depiction of a movie from motherfuckers saying like crackhead. That's like, look, he's still wearing his fucking gear, dude. He's an Afghan vet. Chat said Gopnik.
Borovic said that the Russians resembled the astronauts in a famous Soviet science fiction film called Solaris. The astronauts find a planet covered with a giant ocean that seems to be conscious. And to try and influence the ocean, they bombard
There's no art without capitalism, by the way.
With X-rays. What they don't realize is that the ocean is irradiating them. It is playing back in the astronauts' minds memories of the past.
Why is this doc so easy on the countries, Western and the USSR? It acts like they're somehow victims of the Saudis in Afghanistan when they literally created or assisted in the creation of every single one of the problems in the video. What part of like this documentary has been even remotely fucking soft on, especially American involvement? It's literally at the heart of the entire documentary. It's like watching Passion of the Christ and being like, why is Jesus not in this fucking movie? Like, I don't understand. What the fuck? When do they get to like Jesus Christ being in the movie and like curing the lepers and shit? What the fuck? Literally for the past hour and 18 minutes, he's only talked about what you are saying.
But in such a vivid way that they begin not to trust anything that they think or believe. Afghanistan, Borovic said, was doing the same to the Russians. It had led them to distrust the very basis of everything they believed in, and they were taking that distrust back with them into the heart of Russia.
What? What just happened? Oh my god, this guy got fucking copy striked. This motherfucker got copy striked, dude. How long does it go for? It's just music, no narration is lost. Oh, is it Kanye West? They're playing Donda. Chat, this is literally Donda. Kanye dropped it. That chatter who keeps making jokes about Dan Crenshaw having an eye on Afghanistan, you need to stop it, okay? I've seen the 11 different jokes you made about it. Yeah, dude, the irony, no art without capitalism indeed, LMAO. Yeah, remember how I was talking about how there's no art under communism, remember? Because like, whoa, what about without the profit motive? Yeah, this is what happens to art with capitalism. Are you ready? Are you excited? On away. Do, 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 do. And I always find we say to the Britishers, it's not the Taliban who are fighting you. Oh, this is where he like decapitates someone, right? If you don't know this, take a look at your history. It is the Afghan land which is fighting against you. Because you Britishers have come back, the Afghans have all got angry. We will defeat you once again the way we did before. See all these men, they are Taliban, but they haven't come from abroad. Okay, that's a cap. Some of those motherfuckers might be from Pakistan. They are Mujahideen who will take the Britishers out of our country. What the fuck is a Britisher? And if all Afghans die, the soil of Afghanistan will haunt you and destroy all of you. Damn, bro, how long does this fucking go on for, dude? Wait, that's an Indian slur for... Britisher is an Indian slur for, like, being British? Wait, that's kind of funny. That's how we call the British in South Asia? No way. It's Old English for British person? Oi, bruv! Are you a fucking Britisher, yeah? It's not a slur? Oh, that's a bummer.
Could Labour have managed a rally like this?
Oh no, look at that. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Spit on her, chat. Spit on her. Spitora! By the way, one thing that I have to mention here, okay, is that it's top of the hour, so there's going to be a 60-second ad break. But another thing that I have to mention here, on top of that, is how he brought up Ronald Reagan changing the attitudes in American politics from, you know, petty squabbles amongst or from like genuine ideological differences between parties to neoliberalism. And that's precisely what Margaret Thatcher is also doing here as well, neoliberalism. And anyway, neoliberalism is when you run a top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break. And if you want to avoid those ads, though, at least there's opportunities for you. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN, okay? But Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad break. Now, let's see what Margaret Thatcher had to say.
Well, in the old days, perhaps, but not now. For they are the party of yesterday, and tomorrow is ours.
The massive increase in the price of oil imposed by the Saudis had caused economic and social chaos in the West. Governments had struggled to deal with it, but they had failed. And in the 1980s, right-wing governments came to power in Britain and America, who turned to radical new ways to create economic growth. To begin with, the new policies seemed to work. Inflation was squeezed out of the system, and the economies began to stabilize. But then there were other unexpected consequences. Interest rates had risen massively, and this decimated manufacturing industry in both Britain and America. Factory after factory closed. High-paid skilled jobs were replaced by low-wage jobs in the service industries, and living standards began to fall. But then the politicians found a solution. If you couldn't make wages grow any longer, instead you would get the banks to lend people money. And in the mid-1980s, governments removed the restrictions on the banks' lending, and a wave of borrowing spread through Britain and America. Even if their wages were static, people felt wealthier and had the money to buy things and to keep the economy working. And the power to manage society began to move even...
This is why this is the one area that Islam got right. Usury is haram, my friends.
...more from politics to the financial system.
Weapons-free battle stations. Weapons-free, weapons-free.
But there was one industry in Britain that had survived, and in fact was growing. It was the arms industry and its vast trade with Saudi Arabia. But rather than strengthening the politicians' power, it undermined it further through corruption.
The King's train was 20 minutes late arriving in Victoria Station. It was delayed while a suspicious box on a bridge over the track was checked and found to be harmless. When he eventually stepped onto the platform, it was to a full royal welcome.
Through the 1970s, British arms companies had signed more and more contracts with the Saudis. And they became a central part of a new industry that was run from the very heart of the British government.
Boys, this is why I'm saying what I'm saying.
We're in the Ministry of Defence in Whitehall. Behind these doors, there's a room which few people apart from Arab sheikhs and other potential foreign customers have ever set eyes on before.
This way, please.
This is it, the permanent defence equipment exhibition, the supermarket of the sales organisation which this year will sell nearly £600 million worth of British military hardware to foreign governments. Week in, week out, overseas service chiefs come here discreetly to shop for anything from guided missile destroyers and aircraft to to a pair of army boots. And they've got quite a choice. There are hundreds of individual British manufacturers in this business. Glossy coloured brochures in every language, including, of course, Arabic. Everywhere in this amazing exhibition, there are models showing the hardware in action, showing what the hardware can do. Big missiles, little missiles. Here's the short blowpipe surface-to-air missile with which one soldier can bring an aircraft out of the sky straight from the shoulder. More missiles here, the short Tiger Cat missile, simple in operation, recommended for its high lethality at low cost.
Aircraft are very expensive these days, and so you don't want them to have just one role when that one role is advanced.
By the 1980s, the giant orders from Saudi Arabia had become essential to Britain. While much of British industry had closed, the arms business kept growing.
From air to ground. No, I'm a Prime Minister. I have to say the super saleswomen do their job.
And in 1985, Mrs. Thatcher announced what was going to be the biggest arms deal in history.
Surely this won't be a problem. That, like, industrial superpowers exclusively rely on the arms industry as a consequence of their, like, remaining fucking viable industry to work in. I mean, that's... What could go wrong? For the record, we still literally give the Al-Qaeda weapons by way of Saudi Arabia. Like, actual Al-Qaeda members still get American arms and use it in Yemen. The guys that literally did 9/11, like the organization that did 9/11. Anyway, let's keep going.
The extraordinary arms deal, which has impressed military experts throughout the world. It emerged today that Britain and Saudi Arabia have signed what's thought to be one of the world's biggest arms agreements. The deal will mean Saudi Arabia will get many more combat planes, training aircraft, new mine hunters, 2 new air bases, and much training and support. It means Britain is pulling level with, if not overtaking, the United States as the biggest military...
How is this video, like, not illegal? Why would it be illegal, dude? What?
...supplier to the Saudis.
The Al Yamama deal was presented as a triumph of British ingenuity and skill. But ever since, there have been allegations that really it was secured by vast bribes to key members of the Saudi establishment. British Aerospace admit that there were payments, but insist they were not bribes. But then, in 1990, it became clear that all the arms trade with Saudi Arabia had been a complete charade.
A charade!
Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and the leaders of Saudi Arabia realized that despite all this hardware, all the planes, the missiles, the bombs, and the radar systems, that their country was incapable of using.
Oh, that's really interesting. I was gonna make this joke, but I didn't want to because, like, Arabs get real fucking butthurt about this. But, like, you know, it's not the first time where Western powers have given a fuckload of weapons and training to an Arab nation only to have them, you know, completely just go, yeah, nope, never mind. Fuck it, dude. We can't do it. I mean, this might be like, you know, Ottoman molding, but, like, I remember vividly, like, older people explaining to me how, like, you know, they would, like, literally get out of tanks and run away. Like, they'd have, like, new fucking Abrams tanks and shit, or whatever the Western superpowers had, like, given them, and these dudes would just, like, get out of the tanks and run away.
Using it properly to defend itself against Saddam Hussein. So they had to turn to America and its military might for help.
In my direction,
my Uzbek grandpa said the same thing.
Elements of the...
Well, your Uzbek grandpa, I'm sure he fucking loves Turkey then, because, like, Turkey is like baby America. Okay, obviously nowhere near as powerful, but, like, Turkey, every Turkic country gets actual arms deals, weapons training, and, like, straight up tactical support, materials support, weapons training, training in general, like special ops training from the Turkish government and the Turkish military. Like every fucking country. Every Turkic country gets this. Uzbekistan included.
The 82nd Airborne Division, as well as key units of the United States Air Force, are arriving today to take up defensive positions in Saudi Arabia. I took this action to assist the Saudi Arabian government in the defense of its homeland.
Osama bin Laden had returned from Afghanistan, and he went to see the Saudi defense minister and pleaded with him not to let the Americans come. He offered to raise a force of Mujahideen fighters in Afghanistan and bring them to defend Saudi Arabia instead. But the defense minister turned him down. And within weeks, over 500,000 American soldiers had arrived in Saudi Arabia. Bin Laden saw it as the corrupt takeover by the West of the very heart of Islam.
Cameraman, please show them what's going on if you could. Show the street of nothing else.
And he decided that America, although it had been his ally in Afghanistan, was the real enemy.
Show them the sky if you could.
Dude, I love this video. I love this video because, like, so many people are like, so wait, every major conflict happened after World War II were all Americans' fault at the beginning? Dun, dun, dun. I feel like there's a lot of revelations happening in the chat. I mean, this is not even like that. This documentary doesn't even go like super deep into it. I mean, only specific parts. Yeah, this doesn't even like begin to cover South Africa and the not South Africa, sorry. Well, that South Africa too. South America. Like, this does not even, like, the shit that we did in South America. Oh my fucking god, dude. I mean, some of this stuff is like really fucking horrible, but like Latin American countries, the CIA, what they did in Latin American countries is like South Africa equals South America. No, we worked with we aligned with, like, you know, the fucking fascists in South Africa too. In 1880, the Alizai tribe from northern Helmand killed nearly 1,000 British soldiers at Maiwand. The CIA sent a guy to teach a Uruguayan military how to torture, and they tortured my dad this way. Omega lol. The fuck, dude? My man said they tortured my dad. Omega lol. What the fuck, dude? Aw, torture. Come on, man. Don't put no torture on that. Stop. The British were overwhelmingly defeated.
No, wait. What strange noise is that? What trickery is this?
There was a report last year on the massacre in El Mozote, El Salvador, where the U.S. admitted its personnel were involved. Oh, man, that's crazy.
Up there! What is this noise? Can you see what is happening?
Oh, yes. They are sitting down to dinner.
Sitting down to dinner? Are they stark raving bonkers? These people sometimes infuriate me. Oh, they come out here with their starched uniforms and their stiff upper lips and their dirty great flags hanging out. Think they own the place. They do? Well, they won't much longer. Start the attack. By the time I've finished with them, their stiff upper lips will be so limp, they'll be hanging down to their navels. I will kill the pigs. Fire!
Fucking hell! Where's the firing pin? This is fucking target indication! Hey!
There really isn't anything TOS, but. Hey, the Taliban wing of the Puli Chowdhury prison. The Taliban, of course, are prison abolitionists, if you will. And this prison is now empty, so.
I'm not denying that I'm not a mullah. I'm a mullah in a mosque, but not with the Taliban. So I mean, they arrested me and they brought me here. Did he say they beat him? Beat him and electrical elections. Yeah.
Signed false confession. Does he say they forced him to sign a confession?
Oh, no, he didn't say that. I'll tell him that.
Mullah. Isn't that what they called them, leaders? Brown folk, they called them leaders. Mullahs. He must be Taliban, brother.
Yeah, I mean, they forced me, they beat me, and they put my stamp saying that you are Talib.
Does he know, to be honest, ready, does he know, are there lots of Taliban here?
Well, I mean, as I told you before, it's 90% of the people who are here, they came by the name of Taliban here, but they are not actually Taliban. They arrest them and they brought them here.
Yeah, mullah just means like. Okay, a couple things. Mullah means like, mullah can be like an imam, okay? So it's like a pastor, difference between a pastor and a priest. That's one. Two. It just means religious leader. Two. Taliban, if I'm not mistaken, comes from like the word student. Like it means just like a student, right? Talib. So technically, it just means like Taliban is just like a student of Islam. Like a religious student. The troop withdrawal sparked a domino effect that culminated in the Taliban sweeping into power. I don't know, why are you covering this? What? This motherfucker has been watching this entire documentary, not realizing that this is literally about. Oh my God. Dude, what is happening, dude? I like, sometimes I genuinely don't understand. I feel like people just come in here and they're just so lost and confused.
When the Russians left Afghanistan, the different Mujahideen groups turned on each other and began a vicious struggle for power. Kabul was completely destroyed as the different groups fired thousands of rockets indiscriminately into the heart of the city. And Kabul became a living hell.
Bro, call me insensitive or whatever, but like, dude, the Taliban have the worst haircuts, dude. Like, They just like consistently have the absolute fucking worst haircuts on the planet, dude. I don't know how. I don't know fucking how. Same hair. I don't have that hair, dude. What the fuck?
Right.
134.20. No more.
That news, that.
Okay, 130, 140, 30.
The Mujahideen leaders transformed. They became brutal warlords, tearing the country apart. The Americans had stopped sending any money or arms, so to fund themselves, the warlords turned to the heroin trade, and they began to export more and more opium to the West. The poppy fields of Helmand became the center of a multi-million-dollar business, irrigated by the dams and canals built 40 years before by the American government. Out of the chaos came two extreme and violent reactions. Both ruthlessly simplified the world, and both, although they were completely contradictory, were rooted in Wahhabism, the intolerant fundamentalism that came from Saudi Arabia. One was the Taliban. They started as a group of students in religious schools in Pakistan called madrasas, where many Afghan children had gone to study. They became the core of a revolution that spread rapidly through Afghanistan.
Hello? Hello? Single Morana. Zamunga Samadri, Salam Parifazat Kusata. Delta Darlum Talibandi. There's a Rutana Sabarak Darzi. The hand and a misnishim, the hand of the man were fully together.
إذا من كتابنا الأسرى يسمى عليه وكان امتحان تبع إن شاء الله من وقاص رجل.
السبق تبع يسوع كوي أنت بستدي وغيره بس كل شيء.
بستدي من وقت لا بيجي أكثر بستدي وكم امتحان تبع إن شاء الله.
Although they were in Pakistan, most of the madrasas had been created over the previous 20 years by money from Saudi Arabia. They were part of the massive effort that had been started by King Faisal to spread fundamentalism throughout the Islamic world. And the ideas that the madrasas taught were very close to Saudi Wahhabism. When the Taliban swept into Kabul, they went to the presidential palace and tore out all painted images of living things, even removing the faces off the stone lines. The society the Taliban built was based on an imagined idea of the past, a recreation of how they thought Islamic society had been run in the 7th century. All modernization was swept away. Women were not to be educated, and all film and music was banned.
Just like the liberals, brother. I didn't realize the Taliban were doing 1987 George Orwell, Animal Factory, Animal Farm, Animal Crossing, brother. That's right. Oh, wait, you know who else fucking burned books, dude? Very, very similar to the Taliban. The Nazis.
And even the bodies of dead communists were dug up and burnt to cleanse and purify the land. The other reaction came from Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden had come back to Afghanistan, determined to lead an Islamist revolution. But his ideas were very different from the Taliban. He wanted to use Islamic principles in a new way, to make it a revolutionary force in the modern world. To go forwards, not backwards. But the problem was that these ideas had failed to capture the public imagination, not just in Afghanistan, but throughout most of the Islamic world. Bin Laden was convinced that what was stopping this revolution was America. He had seen how American money had corrupted Saudi Arabia. Now he believed that America was corrupting the minds of Muslim people everywhere and preventing them from rising up and liberating themselves. Bin Laden's Islamist ideas began to mutate and become mixed with the intolerant and anti-modern anger of Wahhabism. Out of it came a dark and apocalyptic jihadism. It's said that the only way to create a revolution would be to attack what he called the far enemy directly. The dramatic shock would somehow liberate the masses. But all discussion of what kind of society would result dropped away and was replaced by a stark vision of the coming battle between good and evil.
Did you see the kids on TikTok are trying to cancel you because of your gay driving clip without context? No, but I welcome it. Yeah, this movie is the A21 movie. There is a gore coming up, so I'm gonna move away. Also, Dune looks fucking sick, dude. Look at that. No, it's not. There's just like a dude who's straight up bleeding to death in front of a broken medical laboratory sign. I'm not going to show you the footage for obvious reasons. Dude, I'm not going to fucking watch the anti-war Afghan vets take on what's going on right now in the middle of this. This is a fucking 2-hour documentary that's about to come to an end. He got shot in the butt. He's not dying, but you can see it, like... I mean, actually... Oh, and then they drag him off. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Okay, 43... politicians still wanted to change the world. So they did what President Reagan had done. They ruthlessly simplified the complex struggles of the world. Hold on, I think there's another thing coming up here. Holy fucking shit. Into simple stories of good versus evil. Hey, thank you, USA. You are my best friend. And intervene to protect the innocent victims. Osama bin Laden sent a team of jihadists to attack the far enemy. The majority was Saudis. They could get US visas easily. For those of you who like do the Pepela memes and shit, but like this entire video, this entire documentary, and the buildup is literally to show exactly what I said that was misconstrued and manufactured, outraged by the right wing. This entire buildup literally is arriving at the climax of precisely what I have said, precisely what I continue to talk about. Okay, 143, 30.
America and the coalition forces invaded Afghanistan not just to find those behind the attacks on America, but also to transform Afghanistan into a modern democracy. It was a grand plan, but the logic behind it was simple. If the innocent people of Afghanistan could be liberated from the evil forces that had terrorized them, then they would become free individuals. And out of that, a democracy, like those in the West, would grow naturally. Tens of thousands of Americans and Europeans would pass through the country over the next 10 years. Soldiers, diplomats, experts, political advisors, and journalists. All of them trying to build this new society.
Thank you, long live the flog.
But few of them stopped to think whether what had happened to the Russians 20 years before.
Well, it's an explanation or at least context as to where we're at, not necessarily justification as to the decisions made. Yeah, well, I also mentioned that, so. That's what I mean when I say context. The rest of the video, but with the not saved for stream stuff edited out, you will have to go a bit forward to find where you are. Oh, you fucking you did the whole thing? Well, the video is being processed, so god damn it, YouTube connoisseur. It would have been perfect, but
might also happen to them. That in a strange way, Afghanistan has revealed to us the emptiness and hypocrisy of many of our beliefs. And that we may be returning from there, also haunted by Mujahideen ghosts. Knowing that underneath, we believe in nothing. After the shock of the attacks in September 2001, the greatest fear was that the American economy might collapse as well. In response, the politicians, advised by their economic experts, cut interest rates to almost zero. This allowed cheap money to flood through the system and avoid disaster. The banks lent money to anyone and everyone. It was the politicians looking to the financial system to stabilize the country. At the same time, thousands of experts and advisors flooded into Afghanistan. Their aim was to transform the country into a modern democracy. This optimistic vision of a future Afghanistan was celebrated in the Kabul Stadium. It was the same stadium where the Russians had celebrated their new model for Afghanistan 20 years before.
Last year, we think that we never can be alive again. We will die. But now we are thinking that we are alive again, and we are too happy. And also from America, that they help a lot. We are very appreciative of them. Thanks a lot. I think now everything is normal. The man and woman can work in one place. No any different between them, and I think everything is going to good day by day. And this is our school.
That's your school board. Okay.
All kinds of groups came to Kabul to help the project. It was like a snapshot of what those in power in America and Britain believed made democracy work. As well as the obvious lessons in how to organize elections and conferences on how to stop the narcotics trade, young Afghan students were also given lessons in how to make conceptual art.
So this is in some ways often called the first piece of conceptual art.
این را که ما می‌بینیم این نمونه این بعضی مردم اولین کار هنری مفکوره‌ای میگن.
Does anyone know what it is?
شما کسی می‌فهمه چی است؟
I don't expect the ladies to know.
کمود است.
Exactly. An artist called Marcel Duchamp. Very
I love her face because, you know, that's pretty much fucking universal. Oh, that was my face too, you know what I mean?
important in Western art. Put this toilet in an art gallery about 100 years ago. It was a huge revolution.
Are you ready to see how it is used?
The music is so good. The way that they fucking, the way that they shoot, the way that he fucking presents this stuff is crazy to me. Like, hold on, is there's something coming now? Sorry. The editing is great, yeah.
Underlying it all was a belief that the battle was to create a good society, one that would be strong enough to stand against the bad, anti-democratic forces that had overwhelmed Afghanistan. But then it began to get confusing. The Americans discovered that it was very difficult to know exactly who was good and who was bad. When they had invaded, they had been helped by Afghans who were already fighting the Taliban. The Americans had assumed that they would then help to create the new democracy and appointed many of them to run the country. But now it turned out that many of them were actually the very same corrupt and violent warlords who the Taliban had overthrown. And they were using their new power to terrorize the country all over again. Ghulag Sherzai had been made governor of Kandahar, but he was also alleged to be making $1 million a week from running the opium trade.
What was that drug? Called bourgeois electoralism. God damn, I just fucking... No, dude. Chatter doesn't know how fucking other countries around the world do elections. It's a way to... It's like dye that is hard to get off, so you know that you voted. It's for voting. It's cute, though, that the chat thought that that was... You know...
While at the same time siphoning off millions from the Americans in inflated contracts. When President Karzai was persuaded to remove Sherzai, he simply made him governor of another province. But he was not alone. Throughout much of Afghanistan, the warlords had returned to power. But this time it was
Carlson
worse.
just dropped.
The massive influx of American money allowed them to extend their networks of bribery and corruption to every corner of Afghan society.
کس پرسان ما را نمیکنه یک ما میشه دیگه برو بیا سر شاهزاده ایجا جور کرده ورا کثیر به پیسو واسطه خبره دو په ولا بنا نه حقیقت وی نه حق وی نه حق ته حقیقت سو کیلای شي هر شوبه کې بری بدون رشوت بدون حقداری هیچ کار نمیشه قدر که ظلم دل سا هم قسم میکنه
مستقیما گفته به $18000 تو تمام میدیم کارت جور میکنه
چرگی بود افغانی رو مسئلهش بود حالی گپ دلار هر کس نداره.
But the money was not just corrupting individuals, it was undermining the whole structure of society. Above all, the police. Rather than enforcing the law, the police had become transformed into violent militias who worked for the warlords. They organized a massive expansion of the drug trade, and they also terrorized the local people. Ordinary Afghans came to hate the police, and they saw them as the enemy.
Okay, I think there's a kidnapping here. I don't know if I can show you this or not. Is this something I can show, chat? It's like Al-Qaeda footage. Kidnapping someone with like guns. Okay, I'm not going to show you.
And the Americans also weren't as good as they appeared. Jack Adema had been portrayed as a hero, working with the US Special Forces to hunt down bin Laden.
Look at this fucking guy, dude. Sorry.
He'd arrived in Kabul 3 years before and become a legendary figure.
He comes in and he kisses the great Masood. Even Seagal? Yeah, basically. Bad after 52? Bro, this is 52. What do you mean?
CBS television had made an hour-long special about the secret world of terror that Adema had discovered in the mountains. It showed a tape that he said he had found of the Al-Qaeda group training.
Oh.
But then Adema was arrested. The Americans said that he was a fake. He had nothing to do with them and had conned CBS. They alleged...
What the fuck? Up right here. Okay, but like... we saw all this already, right? Spoilers. He does look like, well, he took out all the TOS stuff, so it's like 50 minutes, but I'm a little confused as to where we're supposed to be right now in this video. Oh, here it is.
Kabul, where he tortured innocent Afghans.
He's torturing innocent Afghans here. That's him. That's the guy.
Tell him basically I'm tired of the lies. Where's his village? In 3 minutes, he'll be dead.
Yeah, I'm not going to show you that. YouTube connoisseur, that's like literal torture, man. He bound him. He put a zip tie around his neck. And he's torturing him. Okay, well, I got to keep going with this instead, because at least with this one, I have the timestamps. I'm sorry, YouTube connoisseur.
That Adema had a dungeon hidden underneath his house in Kabul, where he tortured innocent Afghans.
Tell him basically I'm tired of the lies. Where's his village? In 3 minutes, he'll be dead.
He's waterboarding him.
Adema was put on trial in Kabul. He insisted, though, that he had been working with the highest levels of the US military and government.
I know how long we do these bastards.
Jack, who are you working for, man?
Okay.
We were working for the U.S. counterterrorist group and working with the Pentagon and some other federal agencies.
You're working with U.S. knowledge, with U.S. government knowledge?
We were in touch with the Pentagon sometimes 5 times a day at the highest level, every day.
How do you feel about being sort of let go by the Americans?
Fucked. Well, there you go. That's the quote, my dear. This government and our government knew every single thing we were doing.
Jack Adema was found guilty and sent to jail.
Wait, so this motherfucker was found guilty and sent to jail for, like, literally everything else that the CIA did? I guess he was a grifter, right? I didn't know about this dude. Jack Adema is a super well-known grifter. Behind the Bastards, a video on him. For the record, like, what this guy fucking did, I guess he wasn't doing officially or affiliated with the fucking government, with the federal government, but that's precisely what the American government did. He died in 2012 in Mexico. He was doing it on his own and then selling the intel.
But then it got even more confusing, because reports emerged that the real American military had been doing exactly the same as Jack Adema.
God damn it, dude! I'm sorry. Okay, well, I should have just let the video run. Never mind.
They had set up a special torture center in an old Soviet hangar at Bagram Air Base.
Oh, no!
Ordinary Afghans were shackled to the ceiling and subjected to all kinds of violent abuse. But they went further than Jack Adema. The reports said that 2 of the victims had been tortured to death.
Of course, it was very provocative. People were very angry. And I think it's important.
Notice how they're like, notice how he's, again, juxtaposing, like, the education initiatives teaching Afghan women about, like, contemporary art or Dadaism, while simultaneously showing, like, what the American government and the American military was actually doing to the Afghan people.
Important to understand that when this kind of art emerged, it was partly political. It was to fight against the system and say, what is art is what I think it is.
Liberals be danged. This is what you DM'd. This is what you DM'd, YouTube connoisseur. Good job wasting your time for nothing, geek. Couldn't even timestamp to the where he was at. Didn't even edit right. Parasocial neat creep. All right, we're banning this fucking piece of shit, dude. How dare you? Fucking weirdo, dude. Hey, he's literally out here fucking. What's wrong with that guy? My wife says you're a very handsome man and she loves the work you do. Yeah, fuck you, dude. He's out here literally fucking trying to make sure that your dumbass can watch this documentary without like me getting banned. And you're gonna go and like fucking, you know, whisper him shit? What a fucking idiot. What a cucklord. Yeah, well now I'm gonna fuck your wife.
One of the biggest concerns we have is about the civilian casualties that took place because of the result of cluster bombs.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, is that fly gonna?
I can hear it actually.
You can, can't you?
Can't tell the flight
It's a
is-
blowy.
It'll land.
It's a blowy. Fuck off. It's a bug.
Yeah.
Go.
This is an interview about casualties, so it's going to be one more.
Speaking of civilian Jesus, wet.
Celebrating the Queen's birthday in Afghanistan, dude.
On the whole, I think everyone's.
This is literally a fucking perfect demonstration of being cucked. Okay? Scottish military, literally in fucking Afghanistan. I mean, that's why he put it in here. But just like, think about this. Scottish military in Afghanistan, fighting for who knows what's interest, celebrating the fucking Queen's birthday, dude. It's like, it doesn't get more cucked than this, dude. Actually, does not get more cucked than this. Like, at least the Americans that are fucking doing that are dying for the military-industrial complex, but it's like the American military-industrial complex, you know what I mean? You're literally fucking dying for the Queen, dude. Oh my God. And celebrating the Queen, too, at the same time.
Finds it a very important event. And even more so, the fact that we're abroad and not able to celebrate it at home. Hence, we're very happy to do some small token towards the Queen's celebrations.
And why? Why a beacon here in Kabul?
I have absolutely no idea.
Exactly.
By 2006, the British and the Americans realized that their project to bring democracy to Afghanistan was failing. And large parts of the country were descending into anarchy. In Helmand, in southern Afghanistan, armed groups had risen up and there was constant fighting. The coalition were convinced that this was the return.
Yeah, he
of the
wasn't
Taliban.
Scottish. I thought he was because I saw the
British
bagpipes.
troops were sent there to restore order and to help protect the regional government. But when the British commanders asked the Ministry of Defence for information about what was happening in Helmand, there was none. There weren't even any satellites looking at it. They had all been moved to look at Iraq. The one thing they did know was that they were going to the very heartland of the tribe that had decisively defeated the British 125 years before at the Battle of Maiwand. The British commander called a meeting of the local elders. It was in the very same town that the American engineers had built 50 years before, when they were constructing the dam across the Helmand River.
All three of us for security, for governance, and for development. We are the three who work together for the British. I know you've seen many foreigners arriving in your country.
The commander reassured the elders that the British were there to defeat the Taliban and support the regional government.
My forefathers were even here before. On the banks of the British.
Next door, his officers were preparing to entertain the elders with a showing of David Attenborough's series, The Blue Planet. But the elders...
They end up playing Adam Curtis documentaries, get the Afghans to realize the shitty hand that they've been dealt by directly the same people.
Thought that the British had completely misunderstood the problem. The real enemy was not the Taliban, but the corrupt and vicious government that President Karzai had installed in Helmand and was doing nothing to stop.
Until Mr. President Karzai doesn't bring a good governance, the security situation will be the same. If you are here for 100 years, it will be not good. Once he brought good governance, good people to the government, then we have hope that security-wise will be changed.
The elders left without watching The Blue Planet.
YouTube connoisseur, you're not a loser. There's 41,000 people in here. 3 people whispered you. They're the fucking losers, okay? You did a wonderful thing. Thank you. And we love you, all right?
Before they came to Helmand, the British had forced President Karzai to get rid of its governor. But they didn't realize that he had left behind him a completely corrupted society. And nothing was what it seemed. When the British went into towns like Sangin, they tried to support the police. But the police were really the armed militia for the sacked governor. To the locals, this meant that the Western troops were supporting their oppressors. So they started to attack the British.
Get inside! Shit, that's close, that one out the back there. It was. Right, mate, get under, see what I Shit. They're overshooting on us.
Stay down, lads, stay down.
Hey, is that incoming, alright? Come in.
Fucking incoming, no? Incoming.
The British thought that this must mean that
British military wears shorts? What the fuck? Wait, really?
they were Taliban. So in response, they dropped giant bombs on them.
Oh no.
Fucking hell. Did you get that, did you? Yes, I did.
Fucking hell.
Holy shit.
But this then devastated the town centres, which made even more local people join in the attacks. Seeing their chance, the real ideological Taliban, who were now based in Pakistan, flooded back in, and they started attacking the British too. At the same time, the corrupt militias, who worked for the local government, also turned against the British.
Jesus Christ, what a clusterfuck, dude. I mean, hold on. 44, 208. Okay.
Faced by the chaos, the British still clung to their simple narrative of good and evil. They, the Western forces, were good, and all the different groups who were attacking them were Taliban and were bad. But this extraordinary simplification had terrible consequences, because if you were an Afghan and wanted to kill a rival, all you had to do was go to the British and tell them that he was a Taliban, and the British would obediently wipe him out. The British were being used. The terrible truth was that the British presence did not contain the war. It did the very opposite. It escalated it so much that it ran out of control.
Wait. Did they bring their own fucking vehicles?
So much that it ran out of control.
That literally drive on the wrong side of the road? Stop. Oh my god, dude. It's like literally the most... I've
Afghan
never
and
would have
British
thought about that.
piled up.
That is...
The dynamic was one of manipulation. They understood how we saw the conflict. They presented their local group conflict, their civil war between groups that had been going on for 35 years. They presented everything in that dynamic. So they came to us and said, those people over there are Taliban. And we went, okay, and we went off and dealt with them. But actually, we were dealing with their previous enemies, so we were just creating more enemies for ourselves. And you ended up in a downward spiral where, because...
I think there is nothing more like... It's like weirdly one of the most like... One of the funniest, I guess, instances of colonialism is when you go to a foreign country that you're invading and then you bring your own fucking vehicles. And of course, your own vehicles are not meant to be driven on the roads that were, you know, the roads that are on the opposite side. Like, that is so... It's so funny, dude. It's literally like... It's so strange. Not a big deal. You don't think that's like... You don't think that's interesting? That like... You're not making sense right now? How is that not... Do I have just like only British people in the chat? I know the US brought their own fucking cars too. That's normal. But the irony is that like the cars that the British brought were like, you know, meant to be driven on the other side of the fucking road. It's a very interesting and also not like... It's not the most damaging, devastating instance of colonialism. It's just like... But it's very funny to just be like... It literally doesn't matter. Like, we don't care about your traffic laws. We're going to fucking destroy your country anyway. And we're going to drive on our side of the road. And to the people who are saying, you think there are fucking roads? Like, yeah, motherfucker. What, you think Afghanistan is all mountains and tribal land? No, there's like cities and shit. Why? This is a very weird stun lock. Okay. Yeah. The only way to get out of this stun lock is by telling you it's top of the fucking hour. My back has been so fucked up today. So my ad breaks have not been spicy. And I apologize for that. But it's fucking top of the hour. Which means it's time for a 60-second ad break. And of course, if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN. Who knew chat was going to cancel you over British driving of all the things when you started watching this? Yeah, I know. Here's the ad break now.
Because everyone was manipulating us, we ended up fighting everyone. And then in return, everyone who fought us immediately became Taliban. The way that we decided whether you were Taliban or not was whether you were firing at us. Post-2001, whereas we've understood the conflict as good, bad, black, white, government, Taliban, they've understood it as a shifting mosaic of different groups and leaders fighting each other, effectively over power. And the currency of power in Helmand is opium. That's largely what the conflict's about.
So what you're saying is that what we thought were the Taliban was actually an allergic reaction to us turning up into the middle of a complex civil war.
Correct.
We made things worse.
Yes.
Where was that?
That's over there on the left.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Dude, why is it just like selective? Is it bias sampling? Or were the fucking British just like woefully inept? Because every footage we've seen of like British troops is like, oh, fuck's sake. What the fuck is going on, governor? Do they have a license for that? Do they have a license for that fucking bomb, yeah? Like, what is happening? They're always in a state of like confusion. I know it's a British documentary.
But then,
I've just like
the
never
British
seen
and
so
the
much.
Americans had to face up to the fact that they might not be as good and innocent as they thought they were. In 2009, the presidential elections were held. Hamid Karzai stood and allied himself with some of the most powerful warlords. But there were allegations that the warlords rigged the vote on a massive scale. This was backed up with videos that seemed to show the warlords' followers stuffing the ballot boxes with
Just like America, brother. Just like what Joe Biden did.
hundreds of fake voting papers.
That's right.
The coalition tried to rerun the election. But Karzai's main opponent refused, because he said it would be even more corrupt. So the British and the Americans had no choice but to abandon their great dream of a real democracy in Afghanistan. They gave in and allowed Karzai to become president again.
I still don't trust that fella.
Things look rather bad, sir. What are we going to do?
Do, Captain? We're British. We won't do anything.
Till it's too late.
Precisely. That's the first sensible thing you've said today.
Thank you, sir.
Now, gentlemen, as always, we will carry on as if nothing was going to happen.
This morning, the Federal Reserve, with support of the Treasury Department, took additional actions to mitigate disruptions to our financial markets. Today's events are fast-moving, but the Chairman of the Federal Reserve and the Secretary of the Treasury are on top of them and will take the appropriate steps to promote stability in our markets.
And at the very same time as their simple plan was falling apart in Afghanistan, the politicians had to face a crisis at home. They had given power to the banks because the bankers and the financial technocrats had promised that they could hold the economy stable. But in 2008, the whole intricate system of credit and loans that the banks had created collapsed. And there was growing panic as giant financial institutions faced bankruptcy. The politicians in America and Britain stepped in and rescued the banks. As they did so, they began to discover that most of the major financial institutions were also riddled with corruption. But unlike President Roosevelt in the 1930s, they didn't then try and reform the system. Instead, they simply propped it up by literally pouring billions more pounds and dollars into the banks. hoping that this would somehow spread through the economies. They had no other idea. And faced by disaster in Afghanistan, the politicians did exactly the same there too. The Americans knew that the idea of democracy was failing. In desperation, they poured even more money into the Afghan economy. The idea was that this would somehow create a simpler economic form of democracy, and that the free market would liberate people. They would become model consumers, following their own rational self-interest.
He's not dead. Shut up. I fucking saw it already when I was peeing. Stop. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. There's no fucking blood. Chill. God, why do you guys have to be this way? Fuck. I can't even move fast either. Like, I literally got up to pee for a second while I was still watching.
Back in the economies of the West. And in an odd way, it worked. Many of those in charge of the money did behave in their own rational self-interest. They simply stole the money, smuggled it out through Kabul airport, and used it to buy luxury properties in Dubai. During this period, it was estimated that $10 million a day was being taken out of Afghanistan this way.
At the end of Empire, there's only war and finance. I agree. Heading, but pauses as he starts. Okay, it's coming up.
The scandal seemed to confirm for many Afghans that the United States had not brought democracy or free markets to their country, but instead a corrupt crony capitalism that had taken over Afghanistan and its government. Which was the very same allegation that was being made against politicians at home, in America and in Britain. At the end of 2014, British soldiers left Afghanistan. All the bases were wiped out, as if nothing had been there. Even the war memorials were packed up and taken back to Staffordshire. But they weren't the only fighters who had left Afghanistan. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had gone to Afghanistan to fight the Soviets back in the 1980s. Then he had stayed on to work with Osama bin Laden. And in 2003, he went to Iraq and set up a jihadist group called Al-Qaeda in Iraq to
on. And 10.
Fight the American invasion.
God, this is God willing, we will defeat the Americans in Iraq with their own weapons. Here, just, I mean, I'm going to show you this image before I...
Al-Zarqawi was powerfully...
Wait, they don't even fucking show anything.
...influenced by bin Laden's ideas. But he took them much further. He and his group killed anyone who they decided did not believe in their fundamentalist ideas and deserved to die. Even the original founders of Al-Qaeda were shocked, and they sent him a letter telling him to stop killing civilians. But al-Zarqawi ignored them. He was convinced that the insurgency in Iraq could be used to spread an Islamist revolution throughout the Arab world.
11:55.
يعني 3 أشهر يكون بإذن الله تعالى الجو مهيأ أن نعلن شيئا عن إمارة إسلامية.
But before he could do this, the Americans found al-Zarqawi and dropped a large bomb on him. But it didn't stop the spread of the idea.
Sorry, there's a lot here. 213 propaganda videos, beating women, shooting guns in deserts, dragging bodies. Okay, that's the last part, I think.
Despite al-Zarqawi's death, his organization survived and began to mutate into something even more ferocious and ambitious. But as it did so, it was possessed by ghosts from the past. What re-emerged was the fierce, intolerant vision of Wahhabism that had survived.
I think Adam Curtis like makes what the fuck? Oh Jesus Christ! Hold on. 1 second. No, it's not. It's not. It's my mom. One of the things that he, I think, doesn't mention here is like that dude, Al, whatever the fuck his name is, I keep forgetting, was basically martyred, and he was used as a connection between, that's the guy, right? The guy that is like seen as like the connection between ISIS and Al-Qaeda, right? When in fact he didn't have when in fact he wasn't like clouded up and didn't even have like anything remotely
from the 1920s. It had spread outwards through Afghanistan in the 1980s and 90s, where it had become mixed with modern Islamist ideas. But now, faced by the nihilistic horror of post-invasion Iraq, any idea of building a new revolutionary future disappeared. And instead, the conservative and backward-looking Wahhabism became the dominating influence, with its desire to retreat to an imagined past. In 2013, the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant was formed, known as ISIS in the West. Its aim is to create a unified caliphate.
Is America responsible for ISIS too? Yeah, of course America is responsible for ISIS. What do you mean? ISIS is directly created as a consequence of the power vacuum that the United States created in Iraq and in the Middle East in general. It's also fucking literally half of it is like individuals that we personally trained. That's what this entire video is about, alongside the Taliban. We went into Iraq. We destroyed all infrastructure. The only fucking areas that we secured were like the Ministry of Energy. The fucking guy literally said, Inshallah, Allah willing, like, we will defeat the United States with our own weapons, and then shot an M249. Did you not see that?
Throughout the Islamic world. And although it uses the techniques
oh shit, what am I doing? I shouldn't be showing this. What the fuck?
Modern media, it is at heart the same violent dream that had driven the Bedouins who had created the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they're dragging people in fucking trucks. In the back of a truck. They're literally dragging
them. The King of Saudi Arabia had found it necessary to try and exterminate them, because they too wanted to go on and conquer the whole of the Islamic world. He machine-gunned them in the bleak sands of the Arabian Peninsula. And now, the Saudis, along with the British and the Americans, are trying to do the same thing again, to kill the jihadists and their ideas in the sand dunes of northern Iraq and Syria. But it is an uncertain war. Western politicians are having to accept that the simple division between good and evil doesn't exist. By bombing ISIS, they are helping the evil President Assad to remain in power. And those in charge don't even know how big a threat ISIS really is. Is it a dark existential threat? Or is it really a front being used in an ongoing complex power struggle inside Iraq? We just don't know. At the end of the Soviet science fiction film, Solaris, the astronaut returns home. Everything seems real and normal, but somehow he doesn't trust in anything any longer. Although we have returned from Afghanistan, our leaders also seem to have lost faith in anything. And the simple stories they tell us don't make sense any longer. The experience of Afghanistan has made us begin to realize that there is something else out there, but we just don't have the apparatus to see it. What is needed is a new story, and one that we can believe in.
Was it in Hypernormalization where he covered like where he covered a lot of this stuff more extensively? I've used the invention of like the suicide bombing and how he ties it back to like, was that Hypernormalization? Bro, I can't fucking, I can't watch Hypernormalization. And the reason why I can't do that is because like, this was so much, like there was so much going on here. I love the song, by the way. Have you seen this? No, I have not seen Jordan B. Peterson. Okay, that was Adam Curtis's Bitter Lake, which was a great documentary. I highly recommend Hypernormalization as well. Did you guys just watch this 2-hour film? Yes. How did they handle Germany post-Hitler? Surely Saddam couldn't stay in power. I'm just wondering what could have fixed this. If you're going to make your family watch something about the Middle East, like this is a good one, but Hypernormalization is probably even better than this, in my opinion. One of the most ridiculous anti-vaxxers I've seen yet.
You're back, and they should be begging you to do the right thing. You're about to open a pit of hell. You do not get a vaccine passport put on us. You know, as the population who's in control, you know that the people who are the politicians, once you get a power, you will never relinquish it. Do you think that the 4 feet of marble that holds you above high in this chamber...
Bro, he really thought he did something here, dude. He really thought he was like spitting, you know?
Will help you from the fate of humanity which you are unleashing. No! It won't! Your children and your children's children will be subjugated. They will
This is the most normal Tool fan, dude.
be asked, how many vaccines have you had? Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! There's been a lot of talk about the Nuremberg Code. Well, I brought you a copy. You are all in violation of Section 1. Yes, you, Dr. Wooten. You are in violation of the Nuremberg Code, which is international law, and the definition is...
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
The definition, we shall
Oh my God, his time was expired.
not be...
Oh, they don't show us getting him cut off? What the fuck? Tool is great. Watch your mouth. Okay, it's just a joke, man. I just want to bring up one more fucking time that 98% of doctors at this point, I believe, have been vaccinated. Okay? So, like, these are the guys who understand the science. And then also on the other side, you have dudes like this. Okay? I know I'm appealing to, like, how silly this person looks. But, like, you are 100% wrong. Dude, I love that. I love anti-vaxxers will just say you're wrong. Just give me the fucking real reasons, man. I want to hear and I want to make fun of you for it. My aunt is a functional medicine doctor and is telling people not to get the vaccine and wait until further testing. I hope she goes to jail. I hope they lock your fucking dumbass aunt up. Throw her in jail. Okay? And also, I want to let you know, your aunt, not a real doctor. Okay? Fake doctor aunt. Fucking functional medicine, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but your aunt, not a real doctor, okay? Also, in a just world, would be in prison. Jail time for your aunt. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. I mean, here. Like, don't believe me. Here it is, dude. Here you go, motherfucker. Like, AMA survey shows over 96% of doctors fully vaccinated. And out of the people who hadn't been vaccinated yet at the time, 45% say that they do plan to get vaccinated. Okay? This was like in June. So, you know, do with that information what you will, okay? Only 45% lol. Yeah, 2 months ago. And the other, out of the 4% remaining, they said that they would get vaccinated. So that's why I said 98%. So if you're looking at, like, one of my friends is a nurse, has no certifications, didn't go to college, nothing, mom, she's very anti-vax, even spews that shit to my friends, and then he debated everyone, but especially me on it. So you believe everything you read on the internet? I mean, yes, I believe an AMA survey. Yes, dude. Like, I'm so confused. Like, yes, dude. You know, the fake news association, you know, the AMA, dude, also known as the American Medical Association, you know, fucking fake news. Dude, if you think that this is fake, like, literally deny treatment. Like, do not go get treated if you get COVID. Okay? You don't deserve to take up space in a fucking hospital. 96% or 98% of doctors have gotten the vaccine. 100% of the conservative commentators, talk show hosts, politicians that like cause all of the fucking anti-vax vaccine hesitancy and anti-vax rhetoric to go around also have gotten the vaccine. Okay, like 100%. I heard 50% of nurses aren't vaccinated. Is that true? There is a high number. I don't know what the percentage is, but there's a fucking high percentage of nurses that haven't been vaccinated. Like, it could be 50, it could be 30. I don't know what the exact numbers are. I don't give a fuck, dude. They're nurses, dude. I'm sorry. I love nurses. But yeah, there's hella fucking nurses that are dumb as shit. Who cares? I'm showing you doctors, dude. Like, who cares? LMAO, Kamala Harris says she would not take the vaccine if it came from Trump. Cuomo also said the vaccines were rushed, etc. Dog, they both got it on camera. Like, is this still 2020? Is COVID still ripping through the fucking lands? Is Donald Trump still the president? No. So shut the fuck up. If the counterpoint that you're gonna bring up is that, like, you know, these people last year were skeptical or were like a little fucking worried or whatever, but still absolutely said that if the medical professionals believed that it was safe, then they would take it. And then the medical professionals said that it was safe, so they literally took it. And not only did they take it, but they took it on fucking camera. If you're still living in 2020, I don't know what else to tell you, dude. 85% of nurses are vaccinated. So if I get COVID, I don't have to go to the hospital? LMAO, what the fuck are y'all talking about? I mean, yeah, if you don't trust medicine, why the fuck do you trust it when you're sick? You know what I mean? Sounds kind of weird to me. Sounds like you have a, you know, sounds like your values are conflicted. What's up? Like, you're like, you literally last year thought that doctors were lying about fucking COVID and that they were like purposely inflating the numbers for some nefarious purpose. But now this year, doctors are still not letting you fucking, or doctors still lying to you about like getting the vaccine. Oh, by the way, according to NBC News, Greg Abbott has told people he received the third booster dose. Abbott bans mask mandates and vaccine mandates for everyone else, but he'll reportedly protect himself with a booster dose. I love that, dude. I love that shit, dude. He got COVID, by the way. He might kill a bunch of people in the county that he was at who may or may not have gotten the fucking vaccine because they're dumb idiots and think, you know, culture war. Greg Abbott himself, though, he got the vaccine and he got the fucking booster, too. If you think that coward, and he's also on Regeneron, according to, I don't know, I saw that too. But so what's up, dude? You think when he recovers from COVID, unfortunately, you think he's gonna fucking turn around and be like, yeah, the vaccine really saved me, you should do that? I think you can be smart and get the vaccine and also not want to enforce dumbasses to take it? No, I do want to enforce dumbasses to take it. I do. I want all the dumbasses to take it forcibly. 100%. I want them to take it real bad, dude. Real fucking bad. Tucker Carlson host Sean Parnel to smear Afghan interpreters and those seeking refugee status. Just because an Afghan works with us and is friends with us does not mean they're safe to bring here.
The situation is urgent, and we have to get our people out of there before the Taliban takes us hostage. Look, Tucker, I was in Afghanistan for 485 days, 85% casualty rate in my platoon. Some of my men were wounded twice. We worked.
Damn, dude, your fucking platoon was... I don't know, dude. What the fuck? You were bad at your job, dude. Holy shit. You should have fucking saved more people, I think. What the fuck?
With an Afghan interpreter for over a year. He was on every mission with us. He was on every fight with us. And one day we got tasked with an observation post to watch info routes from Pakistan into Afghanistan. My platoon that day rolled up onto the hill. We wondered why the Afghan villagers all around that hilltop were watching the platoon. Rolled up onto the hill. One of my trucks hit a plastic Italian TC-6 anti-tank mine. It wounded 4 of my soldiers seriously and killed somebody in my platoon. After that mission was over, during our after-action report, we found out that our interpreter, who had been with us every step of the way, someone who we thought was our friend, we learned that he was working with an Iranian IED cell in Pakistan and coordinated the placement of that mine, which killed one of my troops in a devastating attack. Tucker, just because just because an Afghan works with us and is friends with us does not actually mean they're safe to bring here. And this is precisely why we cannot bring 30,000 unvetted Afghan refugees to the United States of America. It's an irresponsible policy, and quite frankly, I can't believe we even have to have this conversation. American citizens have to have the priority. They have to be the priority.
Shit, dude. I guess, yeah, fuck him, I guess. Yeah, totally. He counted his days over there because it was unbearable, but he does not show empathy for people who is stuck there. Yeah, I love that, dude. That's great. What a fucking demon, dude. Yeah, I mean, that's real shitty, dude. That's real shitty of you, okay? With that kind of attitude, I wonder why his fucking interpreter turned on him. You know what I mean? Seems like you weren't a very nice guy, so I don't know. Probably translated in the hostile work environment that you created for your Afghan interpreter. I might not agree with him, but I understand and respect that mentality. Wait, what? You mean with the fucking Afghan interpreter that coordinated with the Taliban? Or do you mean like the fucking weirdo over here? Like, I'm so confused. What? What about an offshore haven for refugees, Alaska? Wait, what? Why? Okay, I hear Denalde looks like dog shit talking to Sean Hannity tonight, and you know that's his favorite, so that's kind of surprising.
Be with you, Sean.
Let's see what he had to say.
Well, it's good to be with you, Sean, but it's a terrible time for our country. I don't think in all of the years our country has ever...
I mean, what percentage of fucking troops died in Afghanistan to friendly fire, dude? Like, isn't it like the A-10 that's like the #1 cause of American troop casualty or something? It's like up there with IEDs. So what's up? Like, does that mean we gotta ban the A-10, dude? We fucking can't. We can't have these warplanes in America, dude. They've been murdering too many of the fucking troops.
been so humiliated. I don't know, would you call it a military defeat or a psychological defeat? There's never been anything like what's happened here. It's you can go back to Jimmy Carter with the hostages. Well, it's good to be with you. you, Sean.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's good to be with Sean, though. He doesn't seem too happy.
Did a terrible thing, but think of what's happening now. I've heard as many as 40,000.
Dude, it's your fucking deal. Like, it's his deal. Like, Trump is responsible for America pulling out of Afghanistan. I'm out here desperately trying to give him credit, okay? In the interest of, like, bipartisanship or whatever the fuck. I'm out here telling you, like, Donald Trump is literally responsible for America withdrawing out of Afghanistan. Straight up. And quite frankly, I think that's credit where credit is due. He was too much of a pussy to like follow through on it, but he negotiated it and basically turned it into, you know, Joe Biden's problem, but still he did it. And it was a fucking good call. Just own it, dude. I don't understand. Just don't stop being such a pussy. To be fair, though, like, it wasn't even, he didn't even contract it out to Biden. He probably thought he was still going to be president. And I also don't know if he was actually going to end up pulling out, because I feel like he's too susceptible to pressure. Like, because he could have done it at any point in his presidency, and he waited till the end, and he still didn't do it. You know what I mean? So maybe he would have never done it. But even then, it's like, dude, take credit for it. It's who cares? Who cares if Joe Biden executed it? You literally fucking did a good job.
1,000 Americans. And the Taliban, good fighters, I will tell you, they're good fighters. We have to give them credit for that. They've been fighting for 1,000 years. That's what they do, is they fight. The Taliban has circled the airport, and who knows if they're going to treat us right. You know, all of a sudden, we did a terrible...
Like, he facilitated this deal when all of his fucking dipshit generals, who are very handsome generals, but, you know, they were cowards. They were pussies. Very handsome, though. Like, straight out of Central Casting. Okay? When they were all like, what are you doing, Mr. President? Don't fucking do this. Trump was like, nah, I'm still going to do it. I'm going to come. I'm going to pull out.
It doesn't. You need somebody up there that they're going to respect. So when they say, oh, he talked to the Taliban, you remember they were criticizing me. They criticized me when I talked to Kim Jong-un.
I started the process. All the troops are coming back home. They couldn't stop the process. 21 years is enough, don't we think? 21 years. They couldn't stop the process. They wanted to, but it was very tough to stop the process when other things are...
I agree with your takes, but sometimes you're painfully idiotic, ideologue. For the record, I think we should take in all the refugees, but the call service members who fought there demonic for feeling suspicious or bitter is dumb. What? Comrade Coomer, suck my cock, dude. Those motherfuckers literally laid their life and had so much more to fucking lose than you or your friends that went out there. Some were duped into it, some were not. But you always had a fucking home to come back to and a wife that may or may not have cheated on you. Those motherfuckers literally just... Those dudes don't have anything. If you're going to be suspicious of them, then you're a fucking piece of shit. Yeah. I'm the comrade of defending troops being xenophobic about people that literally fucking laid their lives on the line side by side with you.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's a shame. 21 years by a government that wouldn't last. The only way they last is if we're there. What are we going to say? We'll stay for another 21 years, then we'll stay for another 50. The whole thing is ridiculous. So we're bringing our troops back home. I started the process. All the troops are coming back home. Thank you. Thank you. It's a shame. 21 years.
The videos like that, I cannot explain how absolutely blind Trumpies are. I can show them Trump saying we're bringing the troops home and ending the war, and they literally said he meant the war on aborted babies. They were filming on the Freedom phone. It's literally the same justification as a black guy mugged me, so I'll be raised now. Yeah, yeah. Dude, that's kind of fucked up. I can't believe you're like calling someone a fucking demon for being suspicious of like Afghan people that you know, laid their literal fucking lives and their families' lives on the line when they were in like active conflict with the Taliban and have a lot more to fucking lose than you did. Maximum, you lose a fucking limb, okay, which is pretty devastating. They lost their entire families. You know what I mean? Your fucking mom and dad that birthed you, they're going to be fine in America, okay? They're not going anywhere. You're over here going to fucking mistreat them like that? Okay, what is this? What is this? I'm not saying he's right or justified in his xenophobia, but being surprised or shocked that someone feels bitter is weird. Did I seem surprised or shocked? Did I stutter? As a matter of fact, I'm not shocked at all. I'm saying, like, fuck you for feeling that way. And fuck you for using your service to, like, justify not bringing people that... Not even just the fucking... not even just the fucking interpreters. I think everyone should be able to seek asylum.
Well, President Biden told me it's the single biggest problem we have. I said, have you ever called him? Have you ever talked to him? No, I haven't. He did try, but it was not receptive on the other side. But it was receptive with me. Now, we were supposed to have a war, and probably a very big nuclear war. I get along with him great, and I got along with him.
Wait, who's he talking about? Afghanistan?
Great. He doesn't like Biden much, I'll tell you that. But I got along with him great. And we had no problems. You remember that. We were virtually, remember the big button versus the little button and the whole thing. Let me just, we get along great. We had a very good relationship. We met, we got no credit for that one. No problem. By the way, South Korea, I got them to pay billions of dollars, billions. We're protecting South Korea. They're very wealthy. They built the ships, they build the televisions, they do everything. They're very rich. They were paying us nothing. I got them to pay billions and billions of dollars because we're protecting them from North Korea. And I had a very good relationship with President Moon and all of the people in South Korea. In fact, they liked me and I liked them. But I said, why are we doing this for nothing?
By the way, I don't know about this rhetoric, but this is another foreign policy thing that Donald Trump did that was actually fucking regarded positively by President Moon. He's not wrong. South Korea loved when Donald Trump actually de-escalated like the military training in the region. Okay, that was unironically a thing. No, they didn't. They absolutely did. They absolutely did. He let, unlike what most foreign policy advisors were telling him to do, he absolutely respected the wishes of the South Korean leadership and literally fucking de-escalated military action there. And it was unironically a good thing. And sorry, these are some of the few good things that Donald Trump did. Some of the very few things that he did that was not bad. You're pseudo defending an interpreter working with the Taliban because America bad imperialism, whatever. Wait, I'm not defending the fucking dude that was working with the Taliban. I'm getting mad at the fucking dude for saying my interpreter worked with the Taliban, so we shouldn't bring in any interpreters into America. Suck my cock. It's like literally a fucking personal anecdote. What are the top 5 things that Trump fucked up? Literally everything. Okay? Everything. Basically everything else. South Korean, North Korean, peace agreements. He took a back seat, let South Korea fucking lead. Was actually good. Oh shit. Facilitated the fucking facilitated the deal with finally pulled out of troops out of Afghanistan, at least negotiated to pull the troops out of Afghanistan, which Joe Biden executed. Also good. Pretty much it. There's really nothing else that he did that was good. Absolutely pathetic display of coup d'etats, which was like overall a good thing. You know what I mean? He was like, his State Department was like just absolutely horrible, dude. Like fucking horrible. You know what I mean? Under his leadership, like we failed. We were like fucking 0 for 10 on coup d'etats, which was tight. But everything else is like really bad and not a single good thing, to be honest. COVID handling was really bad. NATO funding, he didn't like actually do anything about NATO funding. He just made other countries put more into NATO themselves. So it's not like he fucking was based and like destroyed NATO or anything like that. That did not happen. Everything else was really horrible. Environmental issues was dog shit. Assassination of Soleimani. Some of the worst foreign policy mishaps, or some of the worst foreign policy fuck-ups, like assassination of Soleimani. Pulling out of the Iran denuclearization deal. Like, that was insanely bad. Pulling out of TPP doesn't fucking matter. He pulled out of TPP, but then, like, tried to fucking do tariffs on China. And just like he renegotiated NAFTA, but, like, literally his renegotiation was the same deal. So, a lot of that stuff is just the same. He freed ASAP Rocky. Moving the American embassy to Jerusalem was one of the worst fucking things he could have done. That was really bad. Really, really bad. Like, devastatingly bad. So bad that I don't even know if, like, Hillary Clinton would have done that. You know what I mean? Yeah, didn't pardon Snowden, didn't pardon Assange, even though Assange helped them. That was kind of fucked up. What else? Didn't punish Saudi Arabia for Jamal Khashoggi. Kept selling them weapons and like very openly said, "What are you gonna give me $10 billion? Someone's gonna sell them weapons. It might as well be us. Do you have $10 billion laying around?" Yeah, pardoned literally some of the worst fucking people ever. Like Roger Stone, interfered with like an actual internal investigation by the DOD into Eddie Gallagher's many crimes, like personally interfered with an investigation and a court case, and then pardoned the guy anyway in the end. Hasn't mentioned Ukraine yet. With what? With what respect? Muslim ban was horrible. Incited a riot at the Capitol. Donald Trump was so bad. COVID mishandling led to 600,000 dead Americans. I don't know where to fucking start. Supreme Court judges, yeah, hyper conservative. The 3 Supreme Court judges is really bad. Charlottesville, a lot of fucking white supremacist Nazi rhetoric was just flying around. Like, just straight up fucking fly. Just, dude, 2016 was such a weird time. Like, we actually were talking about like whether we should punch Nazis or not. And there were a lot of liberals who were like, you probably shouldn't punch Nazis. That was how crazy shit got. Puerto Rico was basically a Katrina-style mishandling. Kids in cages, you know. Who built the cages? Obama. Who filled the cages? I did. Obviously the worst tax cuts since Ronald Reagan. That was really bad. You know, pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord is like, I mean, it's bad, but it's like not even the worst thing that he did as far as like completely dismantling the EPA from within. Not really like using DACA as a fucking way to... God, he was really, really bad. It's kind of wild how bad he was. I already said the Jerusalem embassy was a fucking horrible thing. Inviting a college football team to have White House McDonald's dinner? No, that was awesome. No, that was... Okay, that actually tops the list of good things that he did. I couldn't find like a fourth thing that he did that was good. That was one of them. That was hilarious. That was actually awesome. Are you kidding me? That was great, dude. That was hilarious. Did Trump do anything good that you can think of? That's how we started. I gave you 3 things that he did that were good. Worse or equal to Obama? Worse than Obama by every metric that I would criticize Obama on. I guess except for like deportations. The fuck do you mean worse or equal to Obama? Like people say Obama's the drone king. Which is hilarious because like Trump droned way worse, more civilian casualties, dismantled the internal checking mechanism that the American government had, which was already giving us a conservative estimate to begin with. Like literally stopped that entirely. He was like, why are we telling people how many civilians we kill? Are you fucking stupid? We're not doing that anymore. Like, no, Trump did not outpace Obama on deportations. Obama still is the deportation king. Stimmies were good, even though he like, yeah, one of the most comprehensive, most significant fucking all-encompassing welfare programs ever happened under him. So there was that. It was it was literally impossible for it not to happen, but still. $1,200? No, we're talking about unemployment insurance. Like, that was huge. Trump getting COVID and not dying was really bad. Agreed. Oh, the First Step Act. First Step Act. That was good. That was actually good. I mean, it's not his policy, but it was implemented under him. So there's that. There you go. That's 5. He signed it into law. Ultimately, George W. Bush is still worse than Donald Trump because he only got 4 years. Now, name all the bad things he did. I can't. It's impossible. He did say John McCain was a loser for getting captured by the Vietnamese. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I like my heroes who don't get captured. His overall disdain for the American military is pretty funny. It'll never not be funny. Like, he's just secretly, he fucking despises the U.S. military, okay? Like, you know he does. He made fun of Ted Cruz. That was pretty good. He loves the big sexy soldiers from Central Casting. He did a really nice job ripping into Michael Bloomberg. That was pretty funny. He had a thick dumpy, obviously. I'm not even mentioning that, though. That doesn't... He tried to ban TikTok. That was pretty cool. He called Haiti a shithole country. I mean, he called a lot of countries. He called a lot of black countries shithole countries. He said Nigerians live in huts. and asked why we can't have immigrants coming from good countries like Norway. What a fucking psycho. Oh, just so bad. Getting Elizabeth Warren to kill her own campaign by doing a blood quantum test was pretty good. Oh, yeah. That was pretty awesome. Pocahontas! Don't Nigerians have more college degrees per capita than white Americans? Yes. That is true. He wanted to nuke a hurricane. That was funny. I don't know if he actually tried to buy Greenland. I thought that was a joke. He tweeted, "It's been a rocky week. Get home ASAP," when ASAP Rocky was in Swedish prison. Yeah. Dude, remember when he Sharpied the path of a hurricane, or when he tweeted a photo from a classified satellite? Or remember when he had COVID and he was in the fucking hospital and he almost died? Oh man, that was awesome. But then he went in and he did a fake photo shoot. He did a fucking fake photo shoot, dude. It was like, look at me, I'm working. And then the papers were empty. He just had white papers in front of him, dude. Oh, no. The Diet Coke button was very good. Staring directly at the sun during the eclipse to show how fucking masculine and strong he is. Ruined comedy on TV for 4 years. Yeah, but he was comedy. Did he actually end up infecting the Secret Service on that car ride? Do we know that as a fact, or dude, how the fuck did he How did he survive COVID? He gave Matt Gaetz COVID. That was funny. Yeah, his COVID recovery revolved around hydroxychloroquine, which he himself did not take, possibly injecting bleach, and also sunlight. So that was cool. None of the things that he did not do when he got COVID, but still. Remember when he invited the Taliban to negotiate our surrender on 9/11/2020 and then left out the Afghan national forces and the Afghan government, ensuring that they would have no confidence in our support going forward? I do remember. He thought the F-35 was literally invisible? Did he? I don't remember that. Little pimp. Who could forget? He killed Herman Cain. He literally killed Herman Cain. Like, he personally is responsible for the death of Herman Cain. The greatest photo of him? Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, this is my favorite photo. You know this is my favorite photo. He looks so cute. He looks so mischievous. You know what I mean? Like, Herman Cain is still tweeting. Some say. This was great. Yeah. Dude, he looks so sad. There was a couple instances where he just looked like absolute shit. Yeah, no, the hyperventilation on the stairs of the White House when he got COVID and he tried to shake it off was pretty good too. Looked straight into the solar eclipse. Yeah, of course. Look how handsome he is. I wish they would just like let Biden out of whatever basement they lock him in so he could have fun moments like this. You know what I mean? Like, Obama kind of ruined that, you know? Like, Obama was so like well presented and manicured as far as his like media presence goes, that like the only time when people would like catch him slipping is if he like had fancy mustard or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, he had a couple moments, but ultimately like it caused people to like, I mean, they were hateful people to begin with, so they had to like manufacture controversies around him being black and shit. But like before then, you know, think about George W. Bush. A lot of you were not alive back then, but I remember like George W. Bush was a fucking dumbass. Like, the memes were that like Dick Cheney ran the country and George W. Bush did not know what was going on, and he literally almost died to a pretzel. Like, there's a wonderful account called, I think it's like called Bush Era Liberalism or something. And I love that because it like reminds me of like, is it called Bushism? I don't know. But it reminds me of like how liberals used to be like back then. And I remember because like I was in Turkey and I would watch, like I would follow, and you know, I was a little bit aware of American politics, like certainly as most people outside of the country are. And I definitely was like one of those like anti-Bush, Bush era liberals. Bushisms? 8 year of Bushisms?
We got an issue in America. Too many good docs are getting out of business.
Oh, he was saying, now watch this drive. Remember when he fucking...
Too many OBGYNs aren't able to practice their love with women all across this country.
And in his brief remarks, the president drew a roar from the crowd after putting his foot in his mouth.
You helped our nation celebrate its bicentennial in 1976.
The president's humor came to the rescue.
She gave me a look that only a mother could give a child. Thank you for holding this awesome speech. Is that Sam Donaldson? Forget it, you're a has-been. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Dude, that's one of the most insane clips, dude. Now watch this drive. Oh, I really wish, dude. Biden's approval rating would be 100% if they let him fucking out of the cave that he's in, okay? I swear to God. Americans love this shit, dude. We're a bunch of dumb hogs. Like, we need, you know, I remember at the time people would say, like, you know, oh yeah, George W. Bush, like, now that's the guy I can have a beer with. Like, I don't think we do that anymore. Like, I feel like liberal media does not allow, like, Americans to come across as, like, such dumbasses anymore. But until, like, Obama, that was the main way that most people in America voted. Like, oh yeah, I want to vote for a president I can drink a beer with. Like, that's what people would fucking say.
Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we.
Oh no! Yeah, we're constantly thinking about new ways to harm our people. He's right. It's a Freudian slip.
The will and determination of the commander-in-chief, too. A year ago, my approval rating was in the 30s. My nominee for the Supreme Court had just withdrawn.
That was the Federalist Society's doing. That's crazy. That was when, like, the Federalist Society basically said, like, no, we run the fucking show, not you, motherfucker. He had like a family friend be the Supreme Court justice, or he appointed a family friend, like someone he knew, as a Supreme Court justice, and then, like, they were like, nope, that's not happening. We run the fucking show, baby, not you.
And my vice president had shot someone.
That's true. Dick Cheney did shoot someone in the face. I can't believe this was considered a fuck up. Look how far we've fallen. I mean, this guy was still worse. His administration is still worse than the Trump administration as a whole. Like, the pound for pound metric ton of pain and devastation that Dick Cheney's administration brought upon the planet is incomprehensible. I mean,
I said to him the other day, George, if you really want to end tyranny in the world, you're going to have to stay up later. Here's our typical evening. 9 o'clock. Mr. Excitement here is sound asleep. And I'm watching Desperate Housewives.
Have they seen him dance?
Well,
Because they might want to rethink.
Oh, that's not good. Maybe he'll play with the band.
He cracks me up when he's dancing, and he's done it so many times in public.
he literally almost died on a Segway, and he almost died from choking on a fucking small pretzel. These are 2 times when George W. Bush almost died. He also almost died to a shoe in Iraq, but then he was able to expertly dodge that, unfortunately.
Obviously trying to fit in.
There's so much more. There's so much more that they didn't show. Fool me once. Shame on. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You can't fool me again. Why does that make him look nice? What a monster. No, he was like a fucking idiot. And everyone called him an idiot all the time. Like, non-stop. The media would like rip him as a dumbass all the time while simultaneously like banging the war drum super fucking hard. Bro, the dude who threw a shoe at Bush is cool as fuck. Every time you mention him on Twitter, he responds. Yeah, I know. He's dope. Yeah, it was like back in like the Bush era, liberalism was like very much about like calling him Hitler. Oh, here it is. W era left. Wait, what the fuck? I don't know if I can show this. Oh my god, this is 2008.
What happened? Someone set up us the bomb. We get signal.
Oh my god, is this a all your base are belong to us meme, dude? I'm fucking losing my mind.
What? Main screen turn on. It's you.
How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction.
What you say?
You have no chance to survive, mate, your time. Ha ha ha.
Okay, I can't. I don't want to see this anymore. There's a statue of a shoe where Bush almost got hit. Wait, really?
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
For the uninitiated, can you casually explain how the Bush administration was worse than Trump's? The Katrina mishandling, because it impacted an overwhelmingly poor and black population, was a gigantic human rights violation. There was a massive economic meltdown under his presidency, which the Obama administration's recovery was, less than great on, but still. He put us into Iraq and Afghanistan. He tortured people. Guantanamo Bay, Patriot Act, everything post 9/11 in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 was horrible. But the war on terror started under George W. Bush, and that's really fucking bad, dude. Oh, here is a bunch of scumbag journalists laughing about the consent that they manufactured to go into Iraq. Why do I keep saying that?
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere.
Like, that's insane, dude. That's so evil. That's a worse take than Obama joking about drone striking the Jonas Brothers, honestly. Which was also pretty fucking bad. Is this a 9/11 truther channel? What the fuck? Did Bush do 9/11? No. He didn't do 9/11. ICE was founded in the Bush administration. I mean, it was INS before them, but still. He wasn't in the planes? No, I mean, what I mean by that is like, there was pre-warnings. And unfortunately, as a consequence of our lack of communication amongst our intelligence communities, we failed to take the necessary precautions to stop 9/11 from happening when we maybe could have been able to do that, you know. So, no, I don't think he did 9/11. You choosing your words wisely? Oh, yeah, I mean. You should ask Brace and Liz about it when you record Fear and Malding. Yeah, I'm going to have Brace and Liz tomorrow, which is perfect. Perfect timing. Already the attack of the two towers in 1993 should have alerted them a little bit. I mean, that was a long time ago, man. But we did talk about that, remember? About how literally 2 days before 9/11, the leader of the Northern Coalition in Afghanistan, who was, you know, fighting against both the Taliban and also Al Qaeda, offered to send Osama bin Laden to the United States of America, and then he got murdered by Al Qaeda because an asset that was under the control of U.S. intelligence, under the control of the CIA, you know, sent him a letter leaking his address, basically. Anyway, that CIA dude from yesterday was just doing some casual, non-approved tribal conflict right before as well. I mean, yeah, it did seem like we were. I mean, at the time, I think it was already known that, like, internally there was a lot of interest in invading or at least like engaging in conflict in Afghanistan, and certainly Iraq as well. Anyway, I'm done. I'm fucking dying. I'm so tired. I'm sorry, guys. But this was a good fucking episode, dude. This was a wonderful broadcast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Okay. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I have Brace Belden and Liz Franzek on the podcast. Okay. It's gonna be a wild journey on. They are the hosts of TrueAnon. I'm a big fan of them.
Stunning lo-fi
we'll get to
starting off
we'll get to talk to them about a bunch of fun stuff. Most likely, it'll be like a deep dive into some conspiracies with respect to Afghanistan, and maybe even LaRouche, because I saw that their latest episode just dropped and they're talking about Linda LaRouche, who I'm fascinated by as an individual as well. I think he's a very unique and interesting figurehead that is very similar to like a Jimmy Dore type. You know, like conspiracy leftist, red-brown alliance sort of thing. But overall, guys, this is a fun stream. I hope it was informative. I hope you guys learned a thing or two. You know what I'm saying?
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euchre's face.
Love you all.
Sudden discord, agitprop. Gray names take on race.
And
Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole
yeah,
left at your fingertips,
that's all I got. You know?
Out your door.
All right, bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
The Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many